Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em mini main event. This is the final day, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Just in time to see Michael Adam go all in for what looks like less than 5 bigs to start the hand, round to Tomislav with the 10-9 off suit. Looks to be very short himself. Don't know if these chip counts are entirely correct here. Actually, yeah, it does look like he's got about 535 behind. So it is for his tournament life, and it is under the gun. I might stack off against the button or the cutoff there, considering we have 2 big blinds invested and we only have 2.5 behind. It actually might be a fine spot to just stack off because you're going to have 2 live cards there against an under the gun shove off that stack depth. The problem is the under the gun range should have a lot of hands that have us dominated. I actually think it's probably better to stack off there with the amount of money we already have invested, but I can get behind folding considering we are last 3 tables here. This is the €250 buy-in. Final day, as I said. My name is Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit and broadcaster for the duration of this event. What an event it is. 2,158 original entries, 23 players remaining. Average stack about 23 to 24 big blinds at the moment. Vamos, me filo. Shama. Let's go. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon, wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. You can find out all the additional information about the King's Resort on the website www.kingsresort.com. We even have a merchandise store on there that I highly recommend. I was hoping to get some merch for Christmas myself, but didn't make it over to Rozvadov this time, so perhaps I'll get Santa to put some in the post for me. Now that's all the formalities out of the way. Let's get to the action. Small blind, 100k, big blind, 200k, with a 200k running big blind ante. Don't recognize too many remaining in this field. Well, at the feature table anyway. We do have Germany, Croatia, Czech Republic, Israel, Italy, and Austria all being represented under one roof. And Lucic finds himself as the table captain with 44 bigs. We've got a couple of shorties under 10 bigs. 3 stacks in the region between 10 and 20. And then Sajla with 26 and Jona Wilmsman is in second place with 29 big blinds. So plenty of playability in this one, as you would expect from a World Series of Poker event. Just had the World Series of Poker Europe, and now it's the World Series of Poker Circuit events. Always a very popular one at the King's Resort. Good afternoon, Johan. I see Apocalypse is back in the chat here as well. Apocalypse saying it's his birthday. Well, happy birthday, buddy. We'll have to get you reinstated as moderator for your birthday. It seems quite fitting. Just Me is going to shove from the hijack for 12.5 bigs. First prize in this, by the way, let's mention the money. Total prize pool of €500,000. First prize is going to be €71,900. Not too shabby for a €250 buy-in, considering we had the Italian poker sport there last week, and before that we had the World Series of Poker Europe, as I already said. 15 bracelets allocated in that one, 15 million in guarantees, 1.3 million for the eventual winner of the main event. And speaking of the main event, we will have more tickets allocated from the prize pool for the World Series of Poker Europe main event next year. We just have table sound with us now on hand 4. Everything seems to be tip-top, Magoo. Touch wood. Richie in the house. What's up, Richie? So Adam is all in from the button with ace-4 off suit. He says special hello at Dan, the man, the best commentator ever. Easy now, easy now. Too early in the afternoon to be giving me compliments like that. Give me a big head. I have a big enough head as it is, considering I've no hair. Thank you for your comment nonetheless. So Adam is all in. And Tomislav is going all in from the cutoff here with 5-4 off suit. Yeah, the couple of shorties are getting jiggy with it. I want you to let me know about the sound quality as well. It should be perfect. We had some issues the last stream. It was out of my control. Rest assured, I tried everything in my power to salvage it. We did get back there in the end. What a marathon stream that was. But meanwhile, back to the ranch here. Ace Jack 3-4 is the board. Adam with 2 pair. 12% equity now for Tomislav as we hit the river. River is the 9 of spades. You think I'd find things to do in my spare time when I'm not commentating, but I had a lot of college work to do, some family events, but found myself watching EPT non-stop throughout the week. I'm sure some of you who are massive poker fans were watching it too. I think I watched it for about 10 hours yesterday. It was exhilarating action. And Georgios Bouloftis, who I had the pleasure of commentating for the World Series of Poker Europe when he finished third, I think fell short of winning a bracelet. God damn it, that guy's got some game. Put his balls out on the table multiple occasions. Was not afraid in any shape or form of getting it in, running huge bluffs. Just say what you want about his playing style. He did not go quietly into the night, and he really had many opportunities to take it down. But being up against someone like Oliver Weiss played absolutely phenomenal, and remained composed no matter how many times Loftus showed him a bluff or realized how much Loftus was running over him in certain spots. His patience knew no bounds and came out the eventual winner. I think we're playing heads up for what seemed like about 5 hours, probably a bit less, 3.5, 4, about 3, at least 3 hours heads up. And I implore you to check that one out. We're also watching my friend Connor, who got a 60k score coming third in Coventry. So big shout out to him. Just had a kid as well. Having quite the year. Must be closing in on 200k for the year. Second in Killarney, won a world championship, and now third in Coventry for over 60 Gs. Bay jump is incoming. Johan, 15-9, taking that one down. Current payout, by the way, folks, is €2,289. As Laurie Shet says, Loftus got second after a long heads up, but against a man of Skill Motors caliber, you're lucky if you can even get that far. He played so well. It's just, you're never going to be matching Skill Motors' skill, really. Sorry, saying skill too many times, but what I'm trying to say is Soloftis did everything he could. If it was a boxing match, like he came out swinging time and time again, wasn't the most defensive of players or fighters at times, and it did seem like they had a bit of a grudge. Them two will definitely be battling again in the future. What a year Soloftis is having. $142,000 eventual champion, winning over $1 million. Ace King falling all in here, of course. Just me shoving 15 bigs under the bun here. I'm not a fan of this. This is just way too many blinds to be shoving. If we get called, we're going to be in a world of hurt. And case in point is what you see on the screen. Just want to be using that in our min raise fold range. And you can get some value. It is 10.75, and perhaps just me will regret this later. If you had 10, 11, maybe even 12 bigs, you could shove, but 15 is just going to be too much, in my opinion. 5, 7, 10, 9 is the board. River is the jack. Oh, wow, he gets there on the river. The red Jeffrey, the jack of strawberries, saving the day. And that's a huge pot for just me. A very bad beat for the ace king. Nothing he can do, of course. All he had to do was click call. The river is out in force. The first orbit here. Johan, it says always a surprise around the corner of Kings. I didn't say it that time, Johan. I was going to try save that one for later. But yeah, the king and the ace, no good on that river. He wasn't liking the turn, to be fair, but up the way she goes. Richie says he made his best payout ever on GG with a second place in a $1 hyper MCT for $154. Well, that's a good return on investment, isn't it? Johan says, I just borrowed your comment. You can borrow my comment, no problem, Johan. As a certified squirrel, I can indeed confirm that Georgios Soloftis is nuts. Marlo Spodio is going to call here on the button with the 10-9 off suit. And I didn't realize just how short Sajla was. He's all in by default here now. With the King 10 offsuit, he is going to be dominating the 10-9 offsuit. I thought he still had 2 million behind, but it actually was for his tournament life almost. It really puts a dampener on things, makes the bad beat even worse. Curry worse. Just me. 10-8-7. 2 clubs. 6-5 offsuit. Should just be checking. Does check. And Spurdio is, of course, loving this flop. He's got an open ender, top pair. Sajla could get a triple up here. He looks demented. He'd be happy to see that. But he still has to avoid 36% equity of the 10-9 offsuit here. Turn is the queen of clubs. more outs to dodge now as we hit the river. Nearly 33% equity for Mauro Spurdio. It is a 7. Sajla will survive. He will be playing 3 bigs. And the good thing for him is now he's on the button. He's got a full round, full orbit before the blinds and antes hit him. Slazo says, now everyone can enjoy my Croatian. My bad. Oh, my Sajla. Am I saying that correctly? Slazo, maybe you could correct me here. Every day is a learning day, of course, and class is in session. Seafolk says, top of the morning to you, even though it's the afternoon. Well, look. I'm not going to correct you on that one. Nice to have you with us. Tatsa says hi everyone as well. Everyone seems pretty chirpy on this Monday afternoon, including myself. Sazlo says, I can't remember the word, properly explain how to pronounce it. Okay. Fair enough. So Jack, Queen, 8, Queen, Jack is the board. I might have actually turned my hand into a bluff there on the river. It's going to be unlikely that we're going to win with King High. Having said that, might be fairly unlikely that we get Ace High to fold, considering the way the action went. So if he's going to go for a bluff, definitely wants to go on the larger sizing. You go either way with that one. It's a tough sell there on the river. If we want Ace High to fold, probably have to barrel 2 streets, depending on our opponent, of course. Also, to give a bit of a disclaimer here, you got to remember this is a €250 buy-in with over 2,000 entries. So you're going to see in the chat, why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? A lot of players won't have played for this kind of money before, so just bear that in mind. You might have been watching the EPT or just off the back of the World Series of Poker Europe main and be like, why is he doing this? Or that's crazy. Well, there you have it. This ain't no yoga retreat. This is a €250 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em mini main event. And off the back of what I just said as well, you're going to have the main next weekend. That's an €1,100 buy-in, so you're going to see different caliber of opponent in that one, or different caliber of players in that one. They're not my opponents. I'm not sitting there. Nice classic rock playing in the background for the ambiance on this Monday afternoon. Adam in the small, 9.5 bigs, ace queen off suit, just wants to be shoving this one. Sometimes we could go into trap mode, but those ace queen and ace kings just going to play better as a jam. I'd actually prefer to trap with a hand like 9s, 10s, jacks, maybe 10s plus. Shove all the smaller pairs up to about 8s or 9s. 9's still a bit vulnerable. I like the idea of trapping there with 10s though. Fold all the way around to Adam after taking down the blinds and antes with his ace queen. Isn't going to risk it for a chocolate biscuit with the queen 9 off suit for 12 bigs on the button. Could have shoved that one as well, by the way, the queen 9. It's going to be a profitable shove, but he's lucky he didn't because two black boys waiting in the big blind for him. Chip leader with the aces, and he's counting his lucky stars now. He didn't jam. Slajo says these streams are awesome. We get to see realistic poker and get reminded poker is not dead by a long shot. Very well said, buddy. Very well said. Touche. Johan says KML is playing the circuit main event. Lovely. Hopefully we get him on stream. 21 players remaining now, by the way. So that means the pay jump is looming from €2,289 to €2,695. King 7 off suit is going for it here with 3.5 bigs. Blinds and antes about to hit him. Understandable. Spurio is going to be priced in here in the big blind. I like the older contingent, especially these fiery Italians. I am very shocked to see him fold there. Getting a very good price on his money. That's very bold. Spurio. Golden opportunity to eliminate a player for that price. Get the pay jump and get one step closer to the final table. Surprised to see him fold there. 18 players remaining now. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, average stack almost 6 million, so still good for 30 bigs. Great structures in all these kind of events, as you would expect. That means we are 2 eliminations away from a redraw. We will have a redraw. When 16 remain, we'll go on a break and come back with 2 tables of 8. There was a bit of Wild West music in the back. I'm liking the music so far today, folks. Richie says, hope that Dan can give commentary when you get to the final table. Yeah, best of luck. Anyone that's playing at Kings, the schedule coming up is absolutely stacked. Coming into Christmas, 365 days of the year, pretty much 24/7. You know the drill by now. I want a woolen jumper. Someone's saying if I want a woolen jumper in the chat yet. I'll give you, I don't know if I give you my address, or I'm certainly not going to put it out online. But maybe we could talk. Just me raising on the button here to 425. And Dragobert seizes the opportunity to make a standard rejam with the King Jack of Strawberries. And Just Me should be calling this one. He's going to be ahead of a lot of Dagobert's rejamming range off this stack depth. Surprised to see the ace-9 offsuit fold there. Getting a great price once again. Ace-9 is just going to be too good for 11 bigs. If he had something like ace-6 offsuit, ace-7 offsuit, ace-8 offsuit for 12 or 13 bigs, you might just let it go. But ace-9 offsuit is just going to be a bit too good in my opinion. We've already got 425 invested, and the jam is for about 2.2 million. If we lose as well, we still have a little over 20 bigs. Mirlo Spurio could get behind, just shoving this one with the ace-jack for 12 bigs, and he does do just that. And Dagobert in the cutoff here for 15 bigs. Pocket eights. He's not loving this, but he's going to be dominating some pairs that Spurio would shove. He's going to be flipping against a decent amount of the under the gun shoving range. And eights right on the cusp here for a call, considering it is nearly for our tournament life. Not sure what you think about this one in the chat. Would you let the eights go? Would you call it off against this particular opponent? Maybe you could just fold sixes, sevens, and eights and go with nines plus. Does decide to let it go. Johan says bottom range for a call. Yeah, I might just give Spurio credit, but that's because I've seen him fold for a 3 big blind all in with Queen 8 of Hearts, and I think he done something else that indicated some tight play as well. So I would consider him to be on the tighter side with his shoving ranges. If we have more chips, we could gamble with the eights. Perhaps Spurio doesn't even shove hands like deuces through to sevens. We are shorter handed now, which is important to note. Pockets Dan, can you guess what classic book Laurie got me for my birthday? It cost £350. Oh, wow. That's a very expensive book. Hocus Pocus, a magic book so you can do all your magic spells. I have no idea what book would cost £350. It sounds ludicrous. She must really love you. Clearly. Pay jump is incoming to €3,105. Thank you, Johan. And Lucic is going to shove on Spurio. Standard jam. I don't think Spurio is going to be calling off with the Queen 10 offsuit. Puts it in the muck. First edition leather bound Anna Karenina. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to Google this. Oh, she's Russian author. Okay, well now I have a bit more insight. Very nice present. Ace King now for the chip leader at this feature. Raises them in with a little bit of cheese on top. Tolstoy is the author, one of the greatest books ever. I have the Gulag Archipelago in front, in a box in front of me. I meant to be reading that, and I had bought the Kazmarov Brothers as well by Dostoevsky. I think that's how you say his name. Fyodor Dochevsky, and I still haven't got around to them, so I'm not going to add to the list. As Johan says, I do not even read the newspaper. You're better off, Johan, this time of the year. We don't mention politics and religion on this channel, but you know what I'm saying. Spurio shoving from the button here with ace-6 offsuit for 11 big blinds. Dagobert is going to fold with the king-9. I don't know what his bottom of his calling range would be there, but king-10 against Spurio, I think we might have to gamble. It's hard to know with 18 players remaining and so much money up top and 6 tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe main event up for grabs. Just me raises to 430. Says it looks absolutely stunning. By the way, just sent you a pic. Yeah, any book that costs that kind of money would want to be looking as beautiful as the one you just sent me. Fantastic. Meanwhile, the button opens, standard open, standard rejam, and just me should be calling with 2 7s here. We did see him just fold the ace-9 offsuit. What's he going to do with a pocket pair? Sajo says, besides, who needs news when you've got poker room kings? Yeah, I did get called like I was a news broadcaster by some guy in the channel. There's always one. It's becoming some form of a radio show as well as a poker feast. 7's going in the muck now as well. Also going to be too tight. Dragobert getting away with 2 rejams when he should be called in both spots. Very tight play there from the ace-9 and the ace-7. 2 orbits in a row. Once that info trickles down, Dragobert could rejam even wider against that particular player. Blinds have just gone up. 18 players still remaining. Small blind is 125k. Big blind is 250k with a 250k running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. Just me. Jacks from the cutoff. He's not messing around, guys. See, with a hand as strong as Jacks, had he just got a min raise, if he just min raised, the ace-10 suited most likely rejams, I would say pretty much all of the time. And then you get a weaker hand to rejam, which should be your goal here. So just shoving that amount of blinds there with a hand as strong as Jacks. Yes, it's going to be profitable, but certainly not optimal. Sajo says that small blind fold was just, it was a fold. I'll leave it at that. Laurie says if he does something wrong, then I'll hit him with it. I hope you're not hitting him with a book that size. God damn. Richie saying Spurio's hands are shaking quite a bit. I think he's paying for his highest payout. Like, I think he's just very old as well, Richie. Estagio says he meant the button. But the only reason he's folding a hand as strong as ace-10 suited is because your opponent is telegraphing that they've got a monster shoving that many blinds. I don't think we can call off for that amount of blinds with the ace-10 suited. Michael Adam going to shove with the queen-5 off suit. How much blinds has he got total? Seven big blinds. Still a bit wide for my liking with the queen-5 offsuit. Maybe queen-7, queen-8. And we're dancing. Oh, Slazo says I was speaking of the 7-7 fold. Yeah, the 7-7 fold is just a bit ridiculous. It's just a pocket pair on the button facing a rejam. Off that stack depth, just have to call. I agree with you entirely. Dagobert from the hijack here with queens. Going to min raise. Off 14 bigs to start the hand. Adam going to be forced to stack off here with the ace-jack offsuit. Nothing he can do. We're short-handed. Hijack open. We're in the cut-off. 8 big blinds. Got to go all in to stay alive. Sometimes you're going to run into it. C'est la vie. Wow. That is an incredible laydown. Incredible in practice. In theory, I'm not so sure. Now, the button has the opportunity to rejam, and that's what I would be doing with my ace-jack. If he gets away from it as well, I don't know what the hell is going on at this feature table. Does go for it. Don't know what Dagobert is doing here with two ladies, but he should have called by now. I realise there is a pay jump. Yeah, fair enough, there is a pay jump, but I don't want to see him continue to think for too much longer. He's clearly going with his hand. He is entitled to stall for the pay jump. Satchel says if he folds, I'm out. He's not folding. I'm calling it right here, right now. He's not going to fold, two ladies. The longer it goes, though, it does seem a bit slow rolly. I have to be honest. He's not doing it on purpose, so you can't call it a slow roll, but it's really not fair to Yona. He's going to think he is good here. I don't know what he said to... What Dagobert just said to Jonah. There is a pay jump from €2,695 to €3,105. So €410, the difference between 18th and 17th place. Now they are calling the floor. It does call, and this is going to look... Oh, you said call. This is going on too long, folks. I'm just going to have to call a spade a shuffle here. They got to get it in. Jonah's just not liking this at all. I think he did tell Jonah that he has a strong hand. No. Just get it in, boys. Oh no, ace in the window. Ace 10-9 is the flop. 475 is the all in. 475 is the call. A bit of rough justice here, it seems. Got a feel for Dagobert also, but Jonah not complaining. 7.1 million in this pot. And unless we see a lady of the night, we are going on a break for a redraw. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, 17 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached. Turn is a 7 of hearts. River. Oh my God, it's the lady of the night. I don't believe it. Holy cow, man. Where did that river come from? Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. That is crazy. And now Jona going to be left with one big blind, and I believe that is going to be the last hand before the break anyway. So we've had more beauty school dropouts on the outer table. Things are really heating up. What a fun hour it's been on stream. We're going to come back with 16 players remaining, 2 tables of 8. We're going on a redraw for about 15 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
Break after this hand?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. 15 hours of play and we get like 9 minutes of break.
Yeah, but they made too many breaks.
Sorry?
They made too many breaks also, like after half an hour.
We had like more break than play in the last couple of hours.
Ace queen for Gooms in the cutoff. Predictable open. Just the minimum. Tomescu, after picking him up back-to-back, now needs to consider whether or not he wants to try to take the post-flop waters. Jack-9 suited is a good bit of hand.
Yeah, or perhaps a triple threat.
You think it's a candidate?
It's possible. I mean, he's against a cutoff raise.
Wow.
He agrees.
Somehow
1.5 now, right? Yeah.
you sniffed out this jam, and a quick call from Gooms, who covers, and Tomescu.
Good luck, Jody.
You know, part of, for me, the argument against this move would have been the fact that I just worked my way into an all-in in the last two hands, and just the opposition's going to be like, really, guy? 3 in a row?
Yeah.
That's a tough parlay.
Well, you can always try to sell. I didn't have it those first 2 times, but I really got it now.
Yeah, that's a tough sell at times, and the 8-8 deuce board is going to make things even tougher for Tomescu to stick around.
I was also somewhat
the 8 of spades.
biased by Andrian having made that similar play.
6 of spades on the turn, and all of a sudden Tomescu's got himself flush draw.
Added equity, indeed.
Look at all those outs at the top of your screen, and then look at the 3 of hearts and say goodbye to the Romanian, who, just as we had observed so much patience, looking like it was finally being rewarded, he got a little ahead of himself. No criticism of the play, obviously. Cutoff opens out of Gooms could very well have contained things that would have laid down, but instead, we will fight on absent Mr. Tomescu. Kamoshi all smiles, of course.
Forse era meglio che flat.
I really like Thomas Hauskas's game. Very methodical.
Yeah, throughout the course of play yesterday, I mean, he didn't put a foot wrong. I mean, really just found the spots, made the most of the hands he was dealt, and didn't draw a lot of attention to himself in the process, just content to do his bidding. King 9 of spades, paying a visit to Ron Ilani, dominating the Queen Jack of spades for Razai.
Let's see if Razai can win with King 9 of spades and against it. Well, this time he's going to have the lesser of the 2 spade holdings. This is an interesting spot for Hochheim.
Raising flat in front of him. He's in the cutoff with a baby suited ace.
Yeah, I think I like this fold It's not so pleasant to be coming in as the third player with the baby ace, despite it being suited. Let's see if Svach wants to play. He does not.
Seven-eight offsuit can close the action at a discount. Off of 1.2 though, every little chip counts. Is this
Sure
compulsory,
does.
Chewy?
No, I think I like this decision to fold. Sometimes these middling cards can really get us in trouble when we're up against a player who's called a middle position raise and middle position themselves. Oh
So
my.
his exit allows the most improbable of things to take place. 6-3 deuce, all spades, flush over flush.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Ilani immediately sitting up in his seat. And so interesting that he ran that massive bluff just moments earlier on that 3 club board. This time 3 spades out there, and yeah, unless a 4th spade comes or some other unusual circumstances, like maybe running 6s or whatnot, this is going to be painful for Mr. Rezai.
Yeah, no question about it. Do you feel as though the pre-flop raisers checking board textures such as this typically are doing so in a very honest manner, unlike what we see here?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, I think a lot of players will proceed somewhat cautiously on this type of board. He is just slow playing, though. Okay.
Board does pair on the turn after Rezai, understandably, with the queen high spades, barreled 150 and got called.
I'm actually somewhat surprised to see Ilani just calling on the flop. I would imagine a lot of Rezai's hands are going to be pocket pairs or hands with a single spade. More so pocket pairs. And I would think we want to start extracting value from those straight away.
And that pursuit comes in the form of 580, says Rezai.
And I think at this point, now we probably just want to call.
If you're Ilani?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, if Rezai's bluffing, we certainly don't want to fold him out. And the question we always have to ask ourselves when we raise a hand like this is, what kinds of hands might we be able to sell to our opponent that we could be bluffing with? If he had a bare king of spades, maybe. It's possible. He did make that very aggressive play moments earlier. It seems he agrees.
Yeah, there's the flat. Another 1,060,000 into the middle. You see Daniel looking over as if to say, what exactly would compel you to do this? There are going to be some non-spade overpairs, I would imagine, Chewy, that are involved in this behavior.
Yeah, definitely pocket pairs spring to mind as the exact sort of holding that Rezai would look to be getting value from here. And Ilani lucky to dodge a 4th spade or a 3rd 3. This should lead to him getting paid in full. Assuming he does check it over, but in any case. I think the decision for Mr. Rezai is basically just, does he want to bet all of Ilani's chips or most of them? Clearly we see this is a dark road to be traveling down, but from his perspective, a queen high flush seems as if it's the nuts.
So he jams, and obviously the pair on board, occasional concerns, nut flush, occasional concerns, but Ilani does stick it in there, and how delighted will he be to see a queen high flush, and you see Rezai just flicking
It's a tough one.
that hand into the bin. Really didn't try to hide things there, did it? No cliffhangers, no waiting, just
Straight away.
nut straight versus set, quads on the turn. Good night, Mr. Di Persio in 16th for the first of the 59,400 euro payouts. Meanwhile, back at the featured table, collisions continue potentially. Berggren, Queen 10 off. Getting piled on by Marcinkowski.
And my goodness, this is unpleasant with King Queen suited.
All that blocker value, the raw power of this hand, how reduced are those elements by this action in front of us?
Unfortunately, they are significantly reduced. Not just the opener behind us, but the fact that the button can pretty easily have an ace. As we see, they have a pair, putting them slightly out in front of us. Of course, the real concern being dominated by a hand like ace-king or ace-queen. And I think that's a disciplined fold. And speaking of ace-king, here we are.
King-queen suffers from things that ace-king does not.
Indeed.
The only manner in which Bojevic's kit can be dominated is by exactly pocket aces and pocket kings, and we block this stuff. So he's going to jam in over the top. The decision, quite simple for Berggren to depart, and Marcinkowski is going to be off to the races. We saw something very similar with pocket tens against ace-king moments ago. The pair turning into quads.
And it looks like with the dead cards accounted for, nines are only a very tiny favorite.
2%. And when we're here playing poker, we tend not to want to make it a game of roulette. And the wheel lands in favor of Bojevic. Ace high board. Neither player reacting. They've seen too many hands to be premature in their celebrations. Now all of a sudden, the pot lists oh so heavily toward Bojevic's ace-king. Just needs to fade 2 outs, and he's done so. Another one. Bites the dust. Here in the main on this occasion, Marcinkowski, 15th.
What did you fold, Tubbs?
On a stack of his depth.
I had noticed, like, when we were panning around to other tables, I didn't see a whole lot of, like, tiny stacks out there. So maybe he feels some pressure to build the stack a little bit, but I think he's just exploiting the deeb and the over-opening of Olszewski as well.
Look at this. Shahar has maybe picked up on the scent that Deeb did, in spite of the fact that there was some resistance a moment ago that caused Sean to bin his Jack 5 of diamonds. Here we see Shahar with the kind of kit that we, under other circumstances, might not anticipate him entering the fray with.
Especially on Deeb's big blind, knowing that he's going to defend quite wide and fight tooth and nail a lot.
Yeah, Queen 3 offsuit, whatever.
That
Deal me
qualifies.
2 trash napkins. Let's just see 3.
If you flop quads with it, he'll play it.
Top pair here versus bottom pair on a diamond-free board. Snap check from Deeb. $27,000, the follow-through sizing. Deeb, of course, will be continuing, does so in the form of a flat. 6 of spades, turn. Sean, quite content. to knuckle over and see what the opener has in mind. Shahar does find the check back.
Oh
and
my
he
gosh.
also finds himself kings up on the river here. Backdoor spades coming in, but I don't know that that's a concern, and value will be available provided that Deeb doesn't, for some, call it inexplicable reason, decide to bet. Could you block this? Or no, check just feels very sound.
I agree. I think you're more hoping to just be happy with your hand being a bluff catcher. You're hoping almost that he bets. This should be called fairly quickly from Deeb, my guess.
And yeah, there it is. Sean's like, okay.
That's respect. I like it. No, never mind. That look wasn't respect.
That was a bluffing.
You've heard the man. Shuffle up and deal. Small blind, 125k. Big blind, 250k with a 250k running big blind ante. 70 bigs is your chip leader here with 16 remaining. Jonah, of course, is your short stack after that. Action-packed hand before the break. Bit of rough justice on that one. It looked like when the ace popped off, but where's the lady? Where's the lady? On the river she was. Very funny hand to commentate on. Obviously understand why he was taking that much time with a monster because of the pay jump. The river did save him. So 15 remaining now. And we've got one super short stack. He's running on fumes. Very unlucky for Jonah. Current payout is €3,515. If you're just tuning in, it's the final day of the €250 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em mini main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. My name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster and Irish pundit for this event. Anti-hero min raising of 27 bigs. Average stack is getting close to 30 big blinds. Did see some tight play so far in the opening frame. That was for the first hour or so. Fucker says, what was the second name of garlic? Please tell me it was bread. Very funny. $3.50 is the bell on the 10-10 deuce. Johan says all players are guaranteed €3,515 now as he takes that one down. Thank you, Johan. Laurie says, Dan, you haven't heard him at home? Sometimes I wonder about life. Well, you married the fool. Deal with it. You don't want a guy without a sense of humor. Jonah all in by default pretty much with Queen 9 off suit. This will be the end of Jonah because Just Me has him dominated with the Queen 10 suited. Queen 9 off suit not doing too well against the Queen 10 of clubs here. Fabian might get him out of there. Might get the Queen 10 of clubs out of there. Probably just 25 big blinds. Suppose he's going to have to bump it up. I thought Just Me raised. Didn't see he's just going to limp behind. Definitely needs to put the pressure on from the button here with the ace jack off suit. Probably make it around 850 seems like a good amount. 750 is fine. Does offer protection to Jonah. He won't know that the queen is dead. Here we go. 4-3 deuce is the flop. No help. 20% equity as we hit the turn. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Gives the straight to the wolf. Whoever is getting clubs, so we do say goodbye to Jonah Wilmsman in 15th place. That means 14 players remaining now. 2 tables of 7. 5 eliminations away from the FD. Because this turn 5 actually gave him more outs. Yeah. Sure did. Just admiring the amount of chips here that Lucas Giselle has. He's got nearly 70 bigs to start the hand. A4 clubs is going to raise it up. Expect to see him be very aggro, as he should be. Don't know much about this player, but with that much chips, I'd like to see him put them to work. So David is going to race to 550. I don't recognize any of the players remaining at this feature. There was 2,158 entries. €250 buy-in is to be expected. We do have Austria, Germany, Belarus, Ukraine all being represented at this feature. It looks like we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Germans. Well, we did just lose Jonah, so 4. They're representing about half of this feature table. And Ali X, just Ali, we'll call him for the minute. 18 bigs is now your shortest stack at this feature. Just me with 22 bigs, and then Wolf over 30 now, and Anti-Hero. Of course, we still have Dagobert after hitting that Miracle Queen. He did have by far the best hand going in. We're going to laugh about that hand for quite some time. Next time I feel sad, I'll remember how that hand played out. Jeffries on the button here, min raising. Lucas, 3 betting for 1.75 million. This guy came to play cards, going for it there with the 6-3 off suit, getting stuffed on from Anti-Hero, having none of it. Down to the button here for the 10-9 of clubs. Being suited here in the small for Lucas. Let's see what way he wants to proceed. All options on the table, but he does have all the chips. Expect to see a 3-bet incoming. Depending on how many chips the big blind has, he might consider ripping. I think it's just going to be a bit too much. His hand is just too good. Dagobert. A million more for him to continue. He is in position. He's getting good odds, but I expect we will see him fold. There's 4 bigs more when he only has 26 bigs behind. Does let it go. If we're a bit deeper, might see him call there. Lucas could have some hands that dominate our 10-9 suited as well. All the dominating 10s will 3-bet there. It should anyway, the majority of the time. The ace 10, the king 10, queen 10, the jack 10. All the suited combinations, even offsuit combinations. Lucas, your overwhelming chip leader here with 69 bigs, and then David Reidelberger in second place with 51. Antihero in third with 37. Fabian Wolf with 29. Dagobert with 26. Just me with 19. And Ali is your shortest stack at this featured table. 2 tables remaining, playing 16 big blinds. Just me is going to complete his option here with the king 4 offsuit, and Wolf is going to check with the ace 2 suited. Flop goes check, check. Turn is kind to just me. Now has a straight. Le nuts. Wolf could have applied pressure here pre-flop, by the way, but he wants to just check his option for reasons of deception, playability. He's in position, all that good stuff. Just me betting 575. And do we keep our opponent honest here for 1 street? I think we call 1. Decides to just let it go. Just me will have a lot of bluffs there just on the turn that could contain hearts or just a one and done type deal. But no harm in releasing the toppest of pairs. It's going to be tough to get the showdown. I think if I had to pick one, I would just call on the turn and see what happens on the river. It's not the greatest of hands to have top pair with such a measly kicker. So I guess releasing is going to be totally acceptable. Anti-hero min raising. Early position. 7-handed now. Just me going to 3-bet. With the Jabracadas on the button, and we'll take that one down. Nice pickup. So we see a raise of 525 in the small blind with the Queen Deuce off suit. Ali is going to shove it over the top here. Good rejam here from Ali. A lot of players might just call in position. He's recognizing that his hand is going to be strong enough. He's going to take it down the majority of the time. Buckler says must be cold in Kings, everyone with jackets on. But it is getting... Winter is here, Jon Snow. Game of Throne fans out there, Game of Phones. Yeah, good one, Dan. There is a page on incoming from 14th to 13th to €3,940. You would want your jackets going Kings this time of the year. Hopefully it's a lucky jacket. Maybe you want to wear your Sunday hoodie on a Monday. Queen 10 is the flop. Play with an open ender. Backdoor diamond draw. And he checks behind with his bottom pair. Nine or an ace makes the straight now. It's going to be tough for a 10 to win a showdown. Oh well. It don't matter now. Le Nuts on the board. Ace is just going to limp. We've seen him limp a couple of times already. I actually like this strategy. I don't know whether he tried to raise there. He just put out one pink chip. Pink chips are 500k each. Wolf is going to use this in his raising range, so it was a limp. This comes back around to just me. I would like him to just call. Keep telling that story. And he's got like a middling type holding. If he comes over to the over the top here, the jig is up. The dead giveaway, in my opinion. So you just want to call. No. This looks far too strong. You're 3-betting the 2 mil. 4.3 behind. Very unlikely that you are going to come over the top here and fold when your opponent jams. So you're just going to take down the pot, and that's great and all. I think the clear choice here is to just call, even if we are going to be out of position. Keep all the bluffs in, keep all those barreling hands in of Wolf. When we do this, unless Wolf has a hand he's going to get all of his chips in the middle with, we're just going to have to be content taking down the pot. Wolf with 26 bigs here, pocket fives under the gun. which is technically mid-position now that we are seven-handed. Will min raise. Round to the small blind of Lucas. King Jack suited. Was called. Was flop a set here, 5-9-3. Lucas checking it over to him. Backdoor diamond working for him, but there is two spades out there. I reckon this will just be a bet and take it down unless Lucas has other ideas. It's not the worst flop in the world for him to consider a check raise on. There's a lot of turn cards that can help his hand. Form of a straight draw, a diamond, a jack, or a king. Was decided to just call. And that's one of those cards I was talking about. The Queen of Diamonds rolling off, giving a lot of additional equity here to Lucas. Wolf wants to be sizing up here to set up a river jam. Something like 1.4 million here. There's a lot of draws on board. Doesn't really want to size down. I like the sizing, it's fine. I would have went a little bit bigger, but still going to be able to shove river for pot. So 5 million in the pot. 4.2 million behind. Stack the pot ratio less than 1-1 as we hit the river. It is the ace of diamonds. Wow. What a river this is for Lucas. What a run out. Now he just straight up rips. I don't know if I'm a fan of this. It looks so strong. Let's break this down, folks. Lucas could have a hand like ace queen, ace nine for his strong hands. He might have a set of nines that does this. But in general, he's going to have a lot of hands that want to check this river. Because Wolf would be very likely to just jam when that ace rolls off. I think I might just get away from a set here. This will be an incredible laydown. No, he does call. Perhaps it's just going to be too strong. If our opponent hit runner flush, then so be it. I don't know what I'm talking about there. Obviously has to stack off with a set, but my whole point is it looks so strong there when Lucas just check calls flop, check calls turn, and then suddenly just leads for almost pot on the river. Maximum pain for the set. Bird is in the house. What's up, Bird? Says, oh, wow, nice. No pair, no draw. Says Gin, turn card. 9 of diamonds on the river for Max Payne. Pretty sick run out when you flop a set like that. Blinds have just gone up. Yeah, when you think about it, he could have like 2 pair of hands. It's just what my whole point is. He's not going to have too many bluffs when he check calls flop, check calls turn, and then suddenly leads on the river. He might have just called with ace nine or ace queen pre. If you think your opponent can be just jamming 2 pair, he's not going to have many 1 pair of hands. It's so unlikely he's bluffing. So although our set of 5s isn't a bluff catcher, there's a decent amount of hands that now beat us. I don't know what you think about that one in the chat. Perhaps I'm being an absolute nit, even considering folding a set on that river. If your opponent can have ace nine and ace queen, then we can never fold, surely. Don't like using the word never. What's up, no pair, no draw? How you keeping? How you keeping? Lucas is going to go for a very large raise here, and he's overwhelming chip leader now. He was the chip leader before that. Looks like he's playing. Blinds have gone up, and he's still playing over 70 bigs, closer to 80. 81 to be exact. 24.425 million. He is a force to be reckoned with. Must be feeling good out there, Lucas. Oh, Perno Draw says, I just got in right as Lucas was calling. The flop bet was definitely a sick run out. It was a standard until the river. It worked out, but not sure about either the shove or the call. I actually really like that breakdown. No Perno Draw. Bird says he would have just folded the sell on the flop because he knows how it always runs on his side. It never worked out for me. I'm so unlucky. David bets with the 6-5 of diamonds. Aces for Dagobert. Goes for the min raise with the blinds now at 150, 300, 300. Average stack is almost 30 big still. And David could lose some chips here. Very loose defend here on the button with queen 4 suited. Queen 9-7 is the flop. $700K is the bet here from Dagobert. $700K is the call from David. Turn is another 9. Not the greatest of cards here for the aces. Pairing the board. Your opponent could have a lot of 9x. If he's flat in hands like queen 4 suited, he's going to have hands like 9-10, jack 10, queen 9, jack 9, king 9, ace 9, maybe 8-9, 7-9. So he's going to go for small size, very small size, about a quarter of a pot bet. Sifo says big blind folded 9-7. Yes, but Dagobert doesn't know that. And David is going to raise this bet on the turn. And at this point, I think we just have to stack off with aces. I'm going to stick it in and think of Ireland. If your opponent has a 9, then say la vie. It's the way she goes. The way of the road. And now you're absolutely hailing life here if you're David. As Apocalypse says, if you're from Germany, then do you stick it in and think of Germany? I'm sure you do. Stick it in and whatever your nationality is, hope and pray for the best. Or does everyone just think of Ireland because it's the best country in the world? Well, there you go. It's one of the best, I would say. For now, anyways. Noam Sain says, or glass balls. What's up, Noam Sain? Noam Sain, Noam Sain. It's too many Noam Sains. So David is going to raise the 2.1 million and then 2.1 million and then fold for the rest, the additional. If we are just going to fold for the additional, I way prefer to just call and see a river and reevaluate. Bird says beer. We think about beer. I haven't had a beer in 10 weeks today, Bird. No, I'm saying, says it's a fun table. Oh, it's been a very fun opening 2 hours. No, I'm saying, nice to have you with us. No pair, no draw says, I know the min raise has been popular in recent years, but I still like a slightly larger pre-flop sizing. That is just my preference. Well, you just don't really need to be doing that every time when you've battled through such a large field. Like, I can get behind doing that when you're on day 1 or day 2, but with 12 remaining, if you can get the same job done with a smaller sizing, then there's no reason to go for 2.5 to 3x. All I'm saying is it's just a quick visit. We'll be back later for the FT. Well, you're not going to want to miss this one. €250. Fly-in World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em Mini main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedal. If you're tuning in on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, that's what you're watching. Incredible prize pool. 6 10K tickets for top 6 finishers in this one, and a small matter of €72,300 for the winner. It is all to play for here. All players remaining at the moment guaranteed €3,940. Benny Maxey says 4 fouls on 3 street. I'm pretty sure I played with you on Stars in 180 mans back in the day. If it's not you, you've got a very similar screen name. Pretty funny if it is you. So we arrive at the river here. Queen 6, King 8, Queen. Anti-hero betting 300k, getting snapped off by Dagobert. And Benebaxi, I believe, I think you're totally right there. There was a lot of fouls on 3 streets. And he says it's possible. Well, I'd say it was. Lucas with 81 bigs. Nearly 40% of all the chips in play at this feature with 12 remaining. He must be feeling good. Dagobert in the small with the Queen 9 and Lucas with the King Deuce. Ace 4, 7 King is the board. Lucas takes that one down with the best of it. Pay jump is looming from 12th to 11th, from €3,940 to €4,400. The difference of €460 on the next elimination. And Lucas putting the foot on the gas as he should. Let's see him active in nearly all of the hands that he can get involved in. Johan says, Dan, that was my remark. You are the guy for telling us when there's a pay jump incoming. My apologies, Johan. Hopefully you can forgive me. If I don't say it, then you're going to give out to me. So what do you want me to do here, man? Just me and the small blind with King and Jack of Diamonds. Goes for a small raise. Needs to be careful of these very small raises. Just prices in hands that are going to see a flop against us. We're going to be out of position. David Calling with the 7-4 of clubs is a good example of this. This means he's going to check. $550 is the bet from David, and that's going to take it down. I can't believe that Just Me played his hand that way. Goes for his tiny raise. Gets a really good flop for his hand, and then just check folds. Got to remember, guys, these players playing for the biggest payday of their life. Johan says, stay on your chair. And a big round of applause for Axman Dan calling the action. It's a bit early for that, but thank you anyway, Johan. You seem to be in very good spirits today, along with myself, as well as Apocalypse on his birthday, his name day, if you will. Johan says, never too early, Dan. Take your word for it. Never too early to start tree betting. Lucas is going for the mid. 10 off. Cut off. David with a very loosey-goosey call here with 3 deuce suited. From the small blind, he's going to be sandwiched in between Ali and Lucas with just 3 high. You see the difference there. Ali's not going to defend a 6-7 offsuit, but David calls with 3 deuce suited. 6-7 getting an amazing price, but decides to let it go. Just needs to go very small here, like quarter pot, 500k, fine. Lucas isn't going to open the Jack 10 offsuit from the hijack. I actually think that's a mistake. Lucas has no reason to slow down here. He's got all the chips, so it's his world and they all have to live in it. Jack 10 offsuit going to be more than good enough. I understand his thinking behind it. It's like, well, I'm opening every other hand. I'll let this one go. He just doesn't need to do that. And Glib is going to go for the full 3 X-rays with the Ace 5 offsuit. I like this sizing from Glib Karpov compared to what we've seen with the King Jack of Diamonds in the previous orbit. David with the min raise here in the hijack, and Ali has found a moment to get the last of his biscuits across the line. 9.5 bigs to be precise. Ace Queen suited. David should be calling this one. And if he does, we've got action. 3 eliminations away from the final table. David is going to call. We're off to the races. 6.3 million in this pot. Big moment for both players involved. Ali is the at-risk player. Does have ace queen suited. Something for everyone in the audience on that flop. 10, 6, 4, 2 spades. Turn is a 4. Diamonds, 7s are looking good as we hit the river. 13 outs can save Ali. And the 3 of spades arrives just in the nick of time. Ali is all smiles, as he should be. Big double up for him. Lucas completing here in the small blind with the jack nine offsuit. $393 is the flop. Lucas with the best of it. 375 is the bet, and just me will let that one go. Dagobert flopping very nicely here on the king-queen tree. We've got action. David has top pair. It's a post-flop coin flip. Does David decide to just get it in right here, right now, sub 20 bigs, or does he just call? We're about to find out. Put off against the big blind. He can do either or here. A lot of players will raise to protect their hand, get it in against draws. If we raise, we're raising to call off. We're going to have too much invested against combo draws. A good example of that is what you see on the screen. All in the fella, call the other fella. 12 billion in this pot. What a moment this is for both players involved. David is the at-risk player. Dagobert will be left with 18 bigs, it looks like, if he's unsuccessful here. What a massive draw he's got. David needs a big, dirty hold for his king 5 offsuit. It's mad. You've got top pair, and you're just this uncomfortable. So many outs to dodge as we hit the turn. Turn is another lady. That's a pretty good card for David. But the river is not. David Reidleberger has been eliminated, and Dagobert taking down that huge pot, now playing over 17 million. As all the time comes in to say hi all, you're just in time all the time. GG to David. 11 players remaining now, 2 eliminations away from the final table. And the current payout now is €4,400. Lucas with the min. Ali with a monster, having just doubled up. Just wants to be rejamming this one. Sub 20 bigs to start the hand. No nonsense. They look like some form of a string bet, but the intention was there. He's just committing himself. This looks far too strong for my liking, though. I don't think there's hands out there that he bets. There's no one to act behind him. I don't know what hand he makes 2.8 million with 3.2 million behind class and then would fold. Don't know what you think about that one in the chat, but his hand's going to look a lot weaker if he just straight up rips. No pay jump to worry about either. So I just think he wants to shove. I don't know why Lucas is thinking about it for this long, for he's saving some face. Lucas seems quite wary of his image. He knows how many hands he's been playing, but I don't think he needs to worry about it as much as he is. Pamu in the house. What's up, Pamu? Just me with tens. A couple of spots hasn't really gone his way. He's been a bit too passive for my liking. Ali in the small going to let that one go. GK should just be rejamming this one. Collective stack is 17 bigs to start the hand. Does just shove. Just me is going to call. Huge flip for both players involved. Just me is the at-risk player this time with 2 tens. GK with the ace king. Here we go. It is 7-3 boost. Turn is the 5 of hearts. The river is the ace. GK gets there on the river. Just me shakes his head in disbelief. Has been eliminated. And we have another elimination, which means we are now on the final table bubble. We will get another player. I'll be playing 2 tables of 5 now. Tucker says, Barry running rampant this week. He is indeed. What did Leon say in a stream for the 25k GG millions? At the end of every river is the sea. Moose's Monday Poker Day, always loving to see the final action, ticket bubble drama. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that. We're getting close now. One elimination away, and they will all be at the same table, all 9 remaining players. And then 6 10k tickets up for grabs. A jump of about $1,000 between 10th to 9th. It is all to play for here. Exhilarating action so far today. I'm genuinely giddy. It's been some crack so far. Things are just heating up. What a final table this is going to be. GK is going to compete with 8-7 of clubs in the small. Lucic in the big. Wants to be shoving this one with ace-5 off suit. I actually just prefer a straight up rip here from GK. Put the pressure on the big blind. Probably saved himself some money now, or we would have been off to another race. The finish line. Lucas raises with ace-6 off suit. Takes that one down. Moose says 10 and D. Do my grocery shopping in the break after one more bus though. Richie says dinner almost ready here, so break will be good. I ain't saying nothing. You won't have too long to wait, Richie, is all I'll say. Meatballs with potatoes and spinach. Sounds good. Lucic on the button here, 13 bigs. Sometimes you might just raise call this one with all the ICM and stuff. Probably doesn't want to risk it. Might just rip 13 bigs. I think that's probably the best course of action here. Walked up says he's having a lobster curry. I'm having a full salmon. Dagobert wants to count. Decides to fold for that amount. Yeah, I think that's going to be close. Just doesn't want to risk it. Maybe king queen off we have to call and king jack suited. Seems like a good go-to. Lucic in the cutoff with 16 bigs, ace-5 suited. Doctors just keep looking at Lucic and thinking it's Fint in hand. Gotta love Fint in hand. I think this is fine to shove 16 bigs, by the way. You might just min raise. I can go between both. Can't be doing too much wrong as long as we're V-pipping. Just get an ace-9 suited to fold, which is nice. Takes that one down. Blinds are up. 200k is the small blind, 400k is the big blind with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400. Cut off for Dagobert, now playing over 40 bigs. He will min raise, gets queen 10 suited out of there, around to GK in the big blind. Probably just wants to call and see a flop, a pocket fours. Ten, 6, 3 is the flop. Flop gonna go check, check. Turn is the jack of spades. Turn goes check, check as well. Looks like he's just trying to get the showdown with his fives. I might have delayed C-bet there, or just bet the flop myself. Just get rid of some equity. Just go to showdown. And we can see this is the last hand before the final table. Top right-hand corner of your screen. We've had an elimination at the outer table, and that means we are going on a break, folks. And we're going to be back in less than 20 minutes for the final table of the No Limit Hold'em mini main event circuit ring. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
maybe some turns that might kill your action. You are against a 20 big blind stack, so it's important that when he has the overpairs, you get as much money in as possible now.
Nariman Yagmai, who I've actually had an opportunity to observe on a few occasions, a frequenter of the Merit Poker Complex in northern Cyprus, has some results on his resume from that room, which of course was graced with the EPT not long ago, really putting them on the map. But of course, the crown jewel each and every year is the World Series of Poker Europe main event when it comes to this part of the blue marble. Meanwhile, tens are going to run into queens here as Niste made it 5. Shilko a button 3-bet to 15,000, and that button is going to help kind of range him away from something as dominant as this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit more polarizing. You know, he does have the option to play call away with only 2 people behind. This is a spot where Niste is just going to die. 2 tens versus a button 3-bet in late position formation.
Yeah, not deep enough. He decides to really try to take this one post-flop, and his all-in declaration was always going to be met by a call for Shilko, who is in wonderful shape here, 86%.
Good luck. Enjoy.
180K pot. Might day 2 be coming to an early close for Mihai Niste. Looking that way on a king 9-7 board, although some running straight possibilities.
What do we got there?
Board pairing 9, a whole lot of interesting card protecting trinkets there, but I don't know how much protection they were able to provide, as these tens are really threatened at this point. A 2-outer that doesn't come in.
Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Thank you.
And that's a pretty sporting way to sign off from Mihai Niste. Cash game streets, content creators, the likes of Yo Viral, Johan Guibert.
Yo for a long time was kind of the face of French poker, I would say. It's changed a lot in the last handful of years. The French have really really surged in creating a small group of talented pros that are kind of taking the tournaments by storm.
Benjamin Pollock is a legend of the World Series of Poker Streets. He plays under the banner. Antoine Saoud, David Benjamin from the old school side of the spectrum, Julian Martini, Thomas Santern. Can't overlook Bertrand Gros-Pellier, Elke. He made his mark. Meanwhile, Yagmai could be making a mark here with ace-jack against this cutoff open from Ranilani.
Yeah, I think this one's just good enough. He's not really going to have a choice but to stick it in.
That's exactly what he does. Uh-oh.
Unlucky.
First occasion on which Ukraine's Dmytro Stetsura is going to get involved, and it's going to be absolute top of range, which influences that involvement. Horrendous for Yagmai. Now, even a cold call, which is the very least we can do with these aces if we're Stetsura, screams strength.
Yeah.
You know, trying to lure Ilani into
there's just
something.
like, you're kind of just handcuffed, you know. Aces are a cheat code. If ever you're going to have a cold call range, you can work them in there.
Yeah. Yagmai understandably on his feet here as his light begins to flicker.
So many creative ways to...
the stand-up D-Mike, grab your backpack. Yeah, we've seen it all.
He's going to need a miracle here.
And that isn't it, as he lacks a spade and he lacks chips.
those multi-way dynamics change things a bit, I think.
I'm going to ask you something. You ever been in that spot where maybe you did have that thought, but then as you observed the brewing reaction from your opponent to that prospect, you pulled up lane?
Yeah, probably in my younger days when I didn't have much else to go off of other than my ability to read the room and, try to guess correctly. Now I think I would just fight the urge, even if my instincts told me something was awry.
Yeah. And we're going to have a fight on our hands here as yet again Cowboys have mounted up, this time for the surging Stetsura. And Sposato with ace-king of diamonds. We know what direction he's headed.
Fourth or fifth time Stetsato's had kings. Wow.
Who the hell is Stetsato?
What did I say?
Stetsato? I'm like, is that the love child of...
Yes, exactly. That's
Dimitro.
precisely what happened is Sposato and Stetsura.
Well, by the way, something else has happened as we're giggling through the surnames. Pocket Queens is a not funny development for a rather deep-stacked Ilani.
This is hell. And honestly, as good as he's been and as aggressive as he's been able to pick up chips, there may be an argument here for just like getting out of harm's way, but it's still queens. And I imagine we're going to 4-bet here. It's just a matter of how much.
These two trains are heading towards one another on the same track.
I think ultimately it just comes down to not a matter of who gets stacked, but like who gets out of the way. Is it the ace-king suited that ends up folding? Is it the queens that ends up folding? Not sure.
Yeah, this isn't going to be a 3-train collision.
I don't
I
think
would
so.
think.
Yeah, I don't think so. But
So, 2 bets became 3. 3 became 4, and the man who started things isn't done with them. 5 bets to 75,000.
if they are reading it all into body language and things of that nature, we might not see a flop.
How so?
The degree at which that 75K went in for a 5-bet with no thought whatsoever kind of indicates to me we might be against the blade here.
Well, listen, Sposato's knife's fairly sharp under normal circumstances, but a very dulling effect brought on by the 4 and 5 bet behind his 3 bet. I wouldn't want to be that drawstring right about now.
Yeah, I don't think I would feel very comfortable playing 6-bet all in here with anything but aces.
There's not a whole lot of times where ace-king, suited in particular, flirts with a muck pre-flop, but this would strike me as one of those times.
I think so. I think so. Again, the speed at which Stetsura put in the 5-bet with what didn't really appear to be much thought. It's a great laydown.
Fantastic decision there.
And honestly, again, I wouldn't be shocked if we just don't even see a flop. Small re-raise, though.
I mean, just another 37.5 to see what's what. I don't want to make light of it, and obviously you play 124 effective from here, sub 1 SPR, so things could get expensive independent of board textures that would maybe leave us worried. And is the decision more for all than for some as it stands?
There it
Yes,
is.
it is.
Great
My
laydown.
goodness. Bravo, Ron Ilani.
And he shows it. He shows the kings.
And
Lets him
Sposato
right off
before
the
him.
hook.
And by the way, it's not as though we can critique Stetsura's choice to 5-bet here.
No, of course not. Of course not.
I look, the TV table. 30 minutes.
He has
The
the
options
build.
are, I mean,
I
this
have to
guy-
tell you, he has the build for it.
The wingspan on him, I mean,
Yes.
he'll reach over and pull your stack in himself from the 2 seat. You're
Yeah.
sitting in 7, and
Yeah.
he's like, no, I got this. King Queen suited, meanwhile, back at the feature for Aishan. Has itself some issues here. Hasn't opened to 5,000. is mulled over by Ilani.
Yeah, I think we could see this one go either way. Probably leans 3-bet. And if it leans 3-bet, Ilani's not going to miss it. That's for certain. We've seen him take the aggressive option just about every opportunity he had. Spots are always very uncomfortable at this depth. 40-ish big blinds. I think king queen suited just good enough. You're going to have to get in the mix. Understanding that you're dominated some amount of the time.
Yeah, it is so funny because we use blocker logic so often to be heroic with these king-queen suiteds, and now all of a sudden it's not going to take logic, but rather just a glimpse at this ace-10-3 with 2 diamonds to understand that more chips will be finding their way forward. Ilani, top pair in an inflated one pre, 34 in the middle. They play 103K effective.
Yeah, I imagine we see a river here in some capacity. About 3 SPR. I imagine the small size will be utilized here by Ilani. We do see 11 into 34. There might be some ideas of a smallish check raise here, call off. King, queen, diamonds here, plenty strong enough with the gut shot flush draw. You can see in the equities about 60-40. These are spots that, when in doubt, you kind of just find a way to funnel the money in. I imagine he would be able to set up a little bit of, or have a range of hands that he can target that will fold, comparable hands to what he's holding that don't have a front door, back door. So like king, queen of spades, perhaps, would be a hand that he could target. He could apply a lot of pressure to hands like jacks and queens that choose to c-bet. So I do think he's going to come with the check raise here.
There it is, 32,000 on the strength of the nut flush draw and the gut shot, as well as being able to leverage the presence of the ace to maybe send some pocket pairs packing. Of course, we block kings and queens.
Now, Ilani's hand really can't do anything wrong. It doesn't matter if he calls or jams. It's more of a question of what, with his range as a whole, prefer to do. And we do have some weaker hands in that range that are going to want to see a turn.
Well, this isn't all that weak, and yet it is going to play itself as a flat. As you mentioned, Berkey, no wrong decisions and no issues on a 5 of spades turn for the Israeli, as the Frenchman now must navigate out of position in the inflated 98K streets.
When he set this up for a jam, I suspect he'll follow through. Feels a little tough because we're not exactly sure what we're trying to get to fold, but, you know, kind of as mentioned, you'll see kings, queens, jacks be forced to play this way by Ilani, and then they have to kind of hero it off.
Is the jam not exceedingly polar?
It
I
is,
know it's
but the check
70.5
raise,
effective.
yeah, I think the check raise itself was polar to begin with.
Okay.
So we're looking at like 2 pair plus and then maybe exactly this combo.
All right, so all of it on request now, and Ilani isn't exactly thrilled, but maybe this will be regarded as simply a hand of poker.
Yeah, I think he knows he doesn't beat value is the thing. He's losing to 10s, ace 10 and ace king that slow play pre, as well as I guess aces some of the time. He's now also losing to ace 5, but I don't believe that would be a part of the check raising strategy, so he can probably discount that. And then he's beating the combo draws, so the king queen of diamonds, king jack of diamonds, kind of exactly. Perhaps we see some 10-9, jack 10 of diamonds play this way. I think it's less often though. It's a big confrontation here. We're going to need to see some help if King-Queen is going to improve. Otherwise, Ilani is going to get himself on quite the stack, and he does. 3 of Heart River, not going to do it for him.
So the calls seem to be a bit of a foregone, if uncomfortable, conclusion to the jam on the turn, and a clean run out. He's sort of ready for it.
Do you think he's ever boxed a bear? Strikes me as the type. Might go toe to toe.
If we presented the opportunity for, you know, a grizzly slugfest, I think he's ready to upset some people over at PETA. Do you remember that video of the Aussie whose dog was locked up with the kangaroo? And he just jumps off the Jeep and punches it in the snout? What a legend that guy was.
A beautiful 1-2 combo.
I love animals, but that Roo really deserved a bop on the schnoz.
Right, yeah. And he's not going to be any worse for wear. You know?
No.
The dog got home safe.
He really didn't know what to do with it, by the way. Unlike Poodle, who with 2 sevens, well aware of what is required. 16K sails in. Spasado says 2 overs. Let's go.
I'm rooting for Poodle. Not
Prepaid? Oh my god.
Not even for good reasons. Because just busting here alleviates the pain. No, Ali.
Oh, you're brutal.
I'm rooting for the 9 big blind stack.
Wow.
Let's keep him in the mix. See what he can do. There you go. Let's go.
Oh, hang on. Threats, even though Poodle has flopped himself a cozy set to remove 1 pair issues, now he must fade a 9.
Clean.
Okay, clean.
Professional.
Yeah.
Board pairs.
Professional win player.
Rivers irrelevant. Oh, my goodness.
Well, it's sort of relevant.
That deuce was necessary as
Very
the
much
gutter
so.
did come in.
And you know what? I stand corrected. Poodle now has 12 big blinds, so we're going to get to see a real display of short stack ninja.
Right, but full count.
Yeah, straight wins.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. This is the €250 World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em mini main event. Ring number 2. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. That was a bit of a mouthful. Hope you all had a nice dinner. Those of you talking about it in the chat. Shuffle up and deal. Let's go. What an FT this is setting out to be. 9 remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum. €5,300. This was a €500,000 guaranteed, and it hasn't disappointed. €72,300 for the winner. First to sixth, all going to get a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event next year. Average stack is just under 30 bigs. Let's go. Famu says he's thinking about dealing poker too. Sometimes used to do it in some underground games, but a legal way would also be fun. I absolutely hated doing poker dealing. I did it for like I did a cash game before one time, and I wasn't too happy with it. And then I did one day as a tournament dealer, and I never went back. I drank way too many cans of Red Bull that day. I was up in the dressing room or whatever you want to call it, and they had a bin full of free cold Red Bull. Not a good mix. We do have Italy, Israel, Ukraine, Germany, Belarus, Georgia, and Romania, all being represented under one roof. Good evening, wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. If you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. We've got a great merchandise store, and if you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Gonna bet too big down. Lucas does come in as your chip leader. He's got about 10 bigs more than Giorgio. Ace King now in the hijack, been raising. Blinds are still 200, 400, 400. Just went up before the break. King, queen, queen is the flop. Turn is the 4 diamonds. Check back from the ace king on that flop. A lot of the times you would see a bet. Does bet on the turn. So there's how they're looking. Lucas with 65 bigs. Georgie with 51. Dagobert with 49. EK with 25. Rem with 22. Christian with 15. Antonio with 15. Ali with 15. And Lucic with 11. So you've got 5 players here with 25 bigs or less. And then quite a difference. 49, 51. And of course the chip leader. That's how they're looking. Pressure's on. Going to do a little bit of homework on the side here, see what results some of these players have had. And George has total live earnings of almost 200,000. Antonio getting that one through with his king queen off suit. Lucas, the chip leader here with $22,827 in total live earnings. So Antonio Flejale with a total live earnings of 200K as well. So these are 2 players to watch out for. Antonio Flejale won the Balkan Poker Circuit main event for over €80,000 from €150 buy. Not so bad. Round to the small blind here from the Ace Jack suited. So we do have a all in and a call here. Standard stuff here, blind v blind. Not much Ali can do. One of the shortest stacks coming in to the final table. Lucas set to eliminate a player and give himself even more of a lead. 12 million in this pot as we see the flop. Flop is 9-6-6. Some opportunities now. Turn is another 6. River is a 10 of diamonds. So Ali has been eliminated. Unlucky considering he got a double up with about 12 or 11 players remaining. Big smile on his face. GG, sir. Taking home €5,300 for his efforts. That means 8 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €6,900. Lucas now over 30 million in chips, nearly 80 big blinds. Rem in the big blind with the Jack 10 off suit. Wants to be defending this one. Against the chip leader. Could even make an argument for rejamming. But with a couple of short stacks, I think we just want to call. Two eliminations away from a 10k ticket. And Rem decides he just doesn't even want to risk it. Lucas did go for over 2.5x sizing. Slazzo says, raise every hand until they fight back. Yeah, well, I mean, he's over 30 million in chips. If players aren't going to defend hands like Jack 10, we can pretty much, I'm not going to say any two on the button, but we can really test the boundaries. Lucas wants to be calling this one. Shove from the hijack from Lucic with the ace-9 off suit. It'll be a mistake to do anything other than call. Well, sorry, he can click it back if he wants. You will see some players just fold nines there, but not the chip leader. Not today. So we do have all in and call. Lucic not liking this one. Lucas has been running hot all day. Just 26% equity as we hit the flop. 10-6-4. No help to Lucic. needs a Barry. They have been popping off today. Turn is the 5 of hearts. And the river. It is the 8 of diamonds. We lose Lucic in 8th place. Lucas gets richer, and we are one step closer to that ticket. We're on the ticket bubble now, folks. Unlucky Sir Good Game takes home €6,900 for his efforts. And with 7 players remaining, we are closing in on a 5-figure payday. All 7 players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €9,700. So, with 7 remaining, the difference between 7th and 6th is from €9,700 to €12,700. So €3,000 cash monies is the difference between 7th and 6th, and 10k for the World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket taking place at the King's Resort next year. So we are looking at a 13 grand difference between 7th and 6th, just so you're all aware of the dynamic. And that means Lucas, not going to say he can raise any 2, but everything he's doing so far seems pretty correct to me. And you think about these bubbles and how much money is in the difference between positions. This is a €250 buy-in. So to have that much of a difference between 7th and 6th is just absolutely massive right now. And that's why you're going to see Dagobert just decide to call from the big blind. I actually could get behind this. I like it a lot. Doesn't want to get into some huge bloated pot situation, especially when he's playing 50 bigs to start the hand himself against the chip leader. I'm not sure what the shortest stack has. Dagobert certainly doesn't want to be tangling in some massive pots. He's going to just use Lucas's aggression against him. Turn is the 7 of clubs. Let's go check, check. And the river is the 6 of hearts. Dagobert going to lead here on the river as he should. I think Dagobert's going to have too many hands that beats his ace deuce. Granted, there are hands like Jack 9, Jack 8, some random bluffs that he can beat. But in general, too many hands out there that's going to contain a 10 or a 7. Moose says, what if Lucas raises now? Oh, geez, though, that could have been a huge move, all right, but I just don't think it's the right time to do it. As Johan says, dinner break for me, and after that is time for bridge. See you all next time. Bye for now. Thank you so much, Johan, for all your help. Enjoy your game of bridge, and I will see you in the next cartoon. Lucas min raising with a monster here. He's got the goal. George doesn't want to be tangling with Lucas at all. Lets the ace deuce suited go. Poker says, I go chip leader betting any two and now has king. Poker isn't fair sometimes. He's been running hot all day, Apocalypse. Antonio is going to defend. Remember, Antonio is up over 200k, so he's well accomplished at this FT. But make no mistake about it, pretty sure every player remaining fighting for the biggest score in their career. Who doesn't want to win one of those World Series of Poker circuit rings? Kings takes it down. Lucas opening again with the ace-4 off suit this time. And Georgie just needs to keep folding. He doesn't need to get involved at all here. It's Christian who appears to be the shortest stack, playing 13 bigs. A lot of playability in these events. He's not in any immediate danger. Folded around to the cutoff. Christian getting out of the way, and Antonio now on the button. Won't be getting involved with 8-3 off suit anytime soon. So they're fighting it out at the bottom there. Antonio and Christian, 13 and 40, 14 big blinds. Aces for Christian in the hijack. He will take that one down. No action. Still adds $1 million to his stack. Brody is in the house. What's up, Brody? Dagobert, min raising here. King Queen suited. Round to the hijack of Antonio. Talking to his opponent. Sometimes we might rejam this one. It absolutely sucks if we're called. We've got a lot of fold equity. It's a very strong hand. We're 7-handed now, and we're one of the shortest stacks. That's why he's giving this one purple consideration. Does go for this, but I think this is a nice adjustment. Oh, well. Wow. Antonio going for the rejam, and look who wakes up. Lucas, 2 black ladies. And this isn't even that good of a spot here for Lucas because he's home and dry playing the guts of 100 bigs. But queens are just going to be too strong. I think the play is to call. And if Dagobert was to go over the top, we can get rid of our hand. So he just wants to go for a more aggressive route because he will get hands like Ace-King to fold here. If Dagobert had Ace-King, it would have to go in the muck now. Jacks would have to go in the muck now. In fact, I think the only 2 hands that Dagobert can continue with would be Kings or Aces. And Kings doesn't even look too pretty. Lucas does basically click it back. And Antonio making a good rejam, I think. Considering the dynamic has got very unlucky that Lucas wakes up with a monster. It's not over yet, of course. 14 million in the pot. Here we go. King 9-3 is the flop. Not much in it for Antonio. Needs an ace. There it is. Ace on the turn. Lucas not going to have it all go his own. This FT, it seems. That ace has been popping off time and time again today. Oh my God, there it is on the river. I don't believe it. Lady of the night arrives on the river. Antonio Frejali has been eliminated. Rough justice there, it seems, on the river. Unlucky for Antonio. And what a day this man is having. Unlucky for Antonio, taking home €9,700 for his efforts. That means all 6 remaining players can breathe a sigh of relief now. Look how much chips Lucas Kissel has now. 111 bigs. Dagobert with 54. Giorgi with 49. DK with 22. Rem with 17. And Christian now, your shortest stack, will be absolutely elated. Get the 3K pay jump and a 10K ticket. What a day of action this has been so far. Now it's a whole different ball game. I mean, you say it's a horrible bad beat in the chat there, but he did have the best hand going in. That's why I was saying it's a rough justice. More big pairs. Stack up there with the aces. Was raised to 1.2 million, and now Giorgi lets the 10-7 offsuit go. Octave says, well, Burge, you did say the ace was coming. Yeah, it felt like the ace was coming. The queen rolling off for the second time today on the river. Small blind shoving on the big blind. Fine to just shove 15 bigs here if you want. I just think there's more merit to limping, raise call. It's okay to just rip. Pros and cons to everything in this world. Just look at all those pink chips. 44.525 million for this man. Rem raising here under the gun, round to GK in the small blind with ace jack off suit. He's just going to bin it. Thought we might see him rejam that one. It's a very tight fold, giving Rem a lot of credit. Having said that, Rem is raising into this man in the big blind. Lucas is going to defend with the 10-4 offsuit. I don't like this defend from Lucas. But when everything's going your way, it's hard not to flick it in for a penny, in for a pounding. Betting a call, turns to 7 of diamonds. Turn goes check, check. River is the 8 of clubs. Lucas checks. I suppose if Rem, I was going to say if he bets now, he can have some missed draws that Lucas might pay him off with. He just decides to take the conservative route, which is fine. Check behind. Takes it down. Now playing 22 big blinds. Ace King off suit for Giorgi. I haven't seen much of him so far. Nice to see them all smiling, playing for so much money. Takes down the blinds and antes. Georgie is defending with the 10-7 of diamonds against the chip leader. Piece of the flop for both players. I think we just check call here. With backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draw working for Georgie. Turn is the king of spades. Turn goes check, check. Reverse the three of spades. Both players just want to get the showdown now, the majority of the time. Unless Lucas thinks his hand is probably not going to be good at showdown, he might decide to turn his hand into a bluff. But he's just going to get picked off by any queen, king, maybe even any nine. And if Giorgio is going to bet here, he's going to bet very small. Like I said, both players can't really risk betting. They're just going to get picked off by any better hand, and they might just win a showdown. Georgie takes down that small pot. Christian with 10 bigs here under the gun. I think this is just going to be good enough to shove. We're not loving life. Blinds have just gone up. 250k is the small blind, 500k is the big blind with a $500,000 running. Big blind ante, that's 250, 500, 500. Christian is going to shove it. I think Lucas should just let this one go. Doesn't need to get involved. He's just winning all these other small pots. There's no reason to gamble here. Looks like he wants to call. When everything's going your way, you feel like you're just going to win anyway, but I don't like these combos, these ace-6, ace-7, and ace-8 offsuit combinations. I think that's a mistake here from Lucas. Just not good awareness here of ICM and what he's able to do with that 5 million chips instead of calling in this spot that's very marginal. It is still for about 12.5% of his stack. Even if it was suited, I would like it a lot better. I would probably still fold. 7 in the window. Always coming 7. Lucas seems to just know today is his day. Turn is the king of spades. Just a king or A 9 now. River is the queen of diamonds. Christian has been eliminated. Stone run is not over, Bird. We have another elimination at the hands of Lucas Kissel. 5 players remaining now. Unlucky for the ace-9 there. Gets it in good. Gets called by the worst hand, but it wasn't to be. Looks like it's going to be Lucas's day, but I've said this before. You never know what will happen at Kings. All players now guaranteed a tidy sum of €16,600. Trying to hear what they're saying, talking to each other. So the steam rolling continues. Choo choo. This tank engine takes down another one. Really looking unstoppable so far. Who says he should put all his winnings on roulette? He can't lose. Well, you're only as good as your last hand. As we all know, swings and roundabouts. Things don't last forever. Change is inevitable. So the two shorter stacks have 15 bigs apiece. No one wants to bust before the two shorties. They're not that short though, still lots of playability. Great structures at Kings and indeed the World Series of Poker events. Pocket eights here for Giorgi. Dagobert with the ace king here, min raising. Ferris says ace-9 off is probably just a fold and ace-7 off is a complete blunder. I agree with you with ace-7 off being a complete blunder, but with the short stack and the blinds having just gone up, I think we have to shove the ace-9. No need for Georgie to get involved here on the button with just queen 4 off suit. Looking for a count in the big blind, it looks like. Takes it down. In general, you just want to be removing those from your raising range on the button, but when he covers both players and the big blind is short enough, you can get away with these kind of things. Rem needs to be shoving this one. Queen Jack of diamonds, 10 big blinds. And Georgie has a king, but he's going to hate his kicker. Let it go. Rem now playing 13 bigs. Happy to take that one down with the Queen Jack of diamonds. Georgie is going to complete his option with the Jack 3 offsuit. Dagobert knuckles back with the 9-4. Diamonds flop is Queen Jack 6. Second pair for Georgie. You will take that one down with a 750k bet on the turn. Look at this. Dagobert is going to raise to 1 million on the button. GK rejamming for 11 bigs, and Dagobert is going to be priced in here. Wants a count. I'd be surprised to see him fold. He has been on the tighter side. A7 suited, just going to be a bit too strong for my liking to raise fold for 11 big blinds total. If Dagobert folds here, GK is getting away with murder. Looks like he wants to fold and call at the same time. Oh. He does call. And here we go. He will be delighted to see he's up against ace-4 offsuit. King Jack 6 is the flop. No help to GK. 5 outs now as we hit the turn. Turn is a 3 of hearts. And GK down to just 13% equity as we hit the river. It is another 3. Chop it up, boys. Still 5 players remaining. Lucas actually doesn't mind that someone didn't bust there because he can keep the dynamic going. Let them fight it out amongst themselves. REM with 13 bigs and GK with 12. It has gone all in and call here. Lucas calling from the small. Off to the races. Jack 10, deuce 6. 6 arriving on the turn. GK needing help. Big help here on the river. It is not a 5. All pots going in Lucas Kissel's direction, especially if it's an all-in situation. So we do say goodbye to him. Goodbye, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. In 5th place, taking home €16,600 for his efforts and a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, taking place next year. That means 4 players remaining now. Rem has got many a pay jump, just got another one, a 10k ticket, and now gets gifted aces with 10 big blinds. And Georgie might call this one because it's King 6 and it's suited. I might let King Deuce, King 3, King 4, King 5 all go. Suited and unsuited combinations. Maybe we could fold King 6. I'm definitely calling King 7 suited plus. Actually, need to give an honourable mention there as well. I think it's pretty ludicrous to just rip when you get aces in the small. Would way prefer to see a limp. Or if he has got away with any small raises, then that might be the one time to do it. There's says what a wasted opportunity that was. Ludicrous. Yes, what I was saying. We have more action here. Rem shoving 8-6 off suit. Dagobert snapping, of course, with the ace queen, and it is 9-8-4, 1 club. And we might have another elimination here, folks, unless Rem gets very lucky. Queen seals the deal on the turn. What a fast-paced FT we have had. 3 players remaining now. Rem gets a very nice cash for himself of over 20 grand, €21,100 and a 10k ticket. And all 3 remaining players now guaranteed a minimum of €28,900. So we've got 3 very worthy contenders left here fighting it out for the title. So much money on the line from a €250 buy-in. I hope you're enjoying the show. Our mantra on this channel is action, and we've been spoiled for action so far today. As is tradition at the King's Resort. Sometimes, of course, these bubbles for tickets, etc., can go on. Things can drag on for a while, but it's usually the calm before the storm. This has been all storm, no calm. They are very deep for three-handed action. Ferris says, what were my thoughts on the ace-4 offsuit small blind jam? I think basically any suited X would have been acceptable, but ace-4 off also felt like a blunder. If he's any less chips, he's going to have even less fold equity there. But because he has 11 bigs, the button can be raised folding. So I actually don't mind rejamming there. But thank you so much for your question. It is going to be close. So perhaps we can find a different spot. Against an aggressive button open, we're going to have that extra bit of fold equity. So if we've under 10 bigs, I don't really like it as much. But that 11 big blinds or so, I think we can get away with rejamming because he can't just be calling any two. Or what I mean is he's going to have more raise folds. Lucas betting 2 million here on the river. King, queen, queen, 4, deuce. Dagobert seems like he's a non-believer here. Does call. Lucas shows 7 high. Dagobert chuffed with that one. Will take down a nice pot. Now playing 70 big blinds. Because this FT has gone on so quick, we've had 6 eliminations. They find themselves in a peculiar position here in these events that they are ridiculously deep. All 3 players playing double the average that would normally be the case of around 30 big blinds at the moment. You see the average is now 72 big blinds almost, when it was 30 big blinds about an hour ago. Georgie is the short stack, but the short stack is playing 44 big blinds, which is just incredible. Okay, is the bet. Great flop for the ace queen. Lucas wants to see a turn. He's got the king of diamonds. Could just have the best hand right now. Turn is the 4 of spades. Lucas just needs to let this one go. Calls a second time. He's a non-believer. Queen arrives. Queen of diamonds does complete the flush. And Georgie is just going to decide here how much he can get paid. Just decides to knuckle, doesn't want to get jammed on, loses to a 9. Flush has completed and doesn't think he can get value from much else. So, although that looks a bit tight to be checking that river, especially when a queen arrives, if you think you're not going to get paid anyway, not much point in betting. If you do bet and get raised, you're in a world of hurt. I still think I would have went for value, but I am very greedy in that aspect of my game. Hence the expression, as greedy as a pig. Just getting a Snatch quote in there from Bricktop for all you Snatch fans out there. What a movie. Ferris says, I don't think the check is unreasonable, but agree going for value as well. Lucas is definitely capable of getting out of line as evidence. So I think Georgie was going to be put in the blender if he opened the action. Some great comments coming in from you today, Ferris. Ferris Tax TV. Thank you for your comment. Georgie min raising with the Queen 9 off suit. Lucas in the big blind with Jack 10 off suit. Probably just wants to be calling this one. Don't see much reasoning behind doing anything else. That's 625. Take it down. Dagobert. Just min raising. Okay, graphics was saying he was shoving deuces for 70 bigs. Erroneous. He just min raises. Lucas into small. We'll call Georgie getting a great price to see a flop, but these hands just don't play too well, and that's a good fold there from Georgie. You'll see a lot of players will flick it in there. Ace Queen 8 up, checking. Robert just wants to bet this one. Good shot, straight draw here for Lucas. Turn is the 4 of spades. River is the Jack of clubs. Dagobert just gives up. I might just continue to barrel there with the deuces. Get an 8 to fold on the turn. Might even get a queen to fold by the river. Also deny equity. Very hard to get the showdown with the deuces. Whereas Tax TV says the 1.5 million guaranteed main is absolutely singing his name. Yeah, it's fantastic. And 1Ks. Some of the best 1Ks in all of Europe. I would say, especially the mini main that just took place from the World Series of Poker Europe, and this is similar-ish. Georgi with the ace-5. King, king, 6, queen is the board. Dagobert with the nut low here. 4-3 offsuit. Does he want to take a stab at it? He does. One big blind is the bet. And Georgi is not going to see a river for one big. The ace high giving credit to Dagobert on that occasion. And I believe we will have a break after the next hand. I get to go and eat the second half of my dinner. Hand 100 of the day. Georgi, ace queen suited. Pocket says we will be going out for the evening as well, so have fun and see you all again. And Sajal says maybe you ate the second half first. Yeah, maybe I did. It's hard to get it all done on these breaks, you know. Lucas will defend. And here we go. 8-6-3 is the flop. Lucas out flopping Georgi. Goes check, check. Maybe time to try get some value for Lucas. Does bet 700k. So bet a 700k and a call, and the river is the 9 of spades. $1.2 million is the bet now. And Georgi will let it go reluctantly. We are off on a break for the guts of 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. The action has been awesome so far. And this one is far from over. So many chips still in play. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments. We'll be right back.
Speaking with people who are actually Italian, not, twice removed like myself. I guess it's a pretty common last name in the southern region.
You're like a pretty heavily diluted marinara.
Yeah,
You're like Chef Boyardee.
Exactly.
Franco-American.
You're precisely spot on.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'll accept that because that canned pasta got me through some dark times.
I'll tell you right now, they put me in some dark times as well. But
yeah, that's not wrong.
The chef, I didn't go to bed hungry on a few occasions thanks to that, man.
Yeah, you didn't wake up happy either.
No. Sutera.
Oh, the silent prayer before jamming is very powerful.
2 jacks. It's a spiritual culture.
But
heavily Catholic.
It screams ace-9, which is sharp when you got 2 jacks.
You think he's actually...
No, I don't think there's levels
Okay,
to this. I'm adding levels to something that
I
doesn't
love
really
that.
exist.
Come on.
But now when you're Radishi?
Stop it.
Does he have a first name?
Try again.
I liked Radici. I think that rolls off. pretty
It's a
well.
K sound, Berkey.
Does it have to be?
I want to say yes.
Yeah, you're probably right.
A summons by Radicki with this ace-10. Sutera has trended in the right direction. He's managed to send his troops to the battlefield on a couple of occasions. They've come home with new POWs. And this time they rate to do more of the same. Set of jacks against one pair. Queen king for a swing.
I was going to say, you want the ace, the king, or the queen?
There it is, the king. And now you see
Space.
Sutera doesn't like the look of a lip licker across the way.
I wasn't greedy. I was just pulling for the ace.
Well, a four-liner did show up, but it was the version that didn't
People say
threaten. And
jacks
now a
are
lick of the
hard to
lips in
play.
turn from Sutera.
Intrigue.
Alani's living right. 2 kings again. This time he's just going to be opening the action.
Nothing brewing.
Hello.
Check that.
Goodbye.
Yeah, it sure feels like that, unless, of course, improvements can be found for Thomas Aishan. His full clip emptied. Granted, low caliber ammunition. Sitting 37K deep coming in. Sposato's Jack 10 folding. I thought I heard call, even though I saw the cards going.
I think it was Alani.
I see.
4, 5, 6, 7.
So we saw the fold and heard the call all at the same time, but it
Right.
wasn't passing Sposato's lips, rather predictably Ilani's, as
Go
ace
sweat
king
with you a
and
little
2
bit.
kings collide.
But it's not a sweat, I don't know.
And the ace high board, along with the spade, is an all
That's going
Aishan
to TV.
affair. Tremendous resilience.
Nearly flopped him dead.
King.
Just got to fade a single king of hearts.
$37.
Oh my God.
I jinxed myself.
An absolute stone one-outer, Matt.
Wow.
It's nice for TV, come on.
It's nice for us, I have to tell you.
I got to tell you, man, bravo,
I saw you
Thomas
continue
Aishan, for taking it on the chin like that. You know, this feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here and snatch some chips. Might, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from Komoshi, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Balasevic has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Dae-Hyun Lee. $136K pot. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the nines. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack
on
of
the
spades,
turn.
10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The 5 of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
What a boring turn.
King of spades for split pot. King of spades is split
King
pot.
of spades, money back.
Moshi
Yeah.
facetiously pretending not to have a grip on
Oh.
the game.
Hey.
And maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee,
60.
Oh,
given a stay of execution, and ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
my heart.
Without remembering, I'm probably going to smash 3 names together.
That was really great.
That's a thing that I do, by the way. Like with words, too.
Really?
I've been doing it my whole life. I don't know what causes it. There's actually a name for it, which I don't recall off the top of my head.
Maybe
but-
if we got one of those scans, the little corpus callosum, you know,
Yeah.
the thing that connects the two lobes. Maybe you got some extra threads between those
or
two
maybe
things.
none at all.
Wow, that gets cool, by
Real
the way.
disconnect.
Yeah.
Imagine I've just been living this duality for all this time unaware.
Listen, I don't want to medicate the mutants, you know. I want them as they are.
Yeah.
Let's not fix it. This is what makes things interesting.
Right.
As we can see the impact of a monotonous sort of GTO-heavy approach, it would
Yeah.
seem, scattered about this particular field.
Yeah,
King, 4 trip kings for Velocevic. They're not here to entertain us. They're here to win a tournament.
This is what happens when you dole out Adderall like Pez and hand them a GTO Wizard sim.
Berkey, careful. Pocket sixes, by the way, have themselves some merits to continuing here.
Yeah, no club. Probably always just going to follow through with a call. It's always a really special time when you just find that random 6 from heaven on the turn.
Well, not available here is the pre-flop raiser's follow through was called, and he's not going to be slowing down. There's a barrel, and with 38,000 in the middle, he comes with 13.
This is one of the biggest differentiators, I think, between cash and tournament strategy. When we follow through on turns in cash games where the SPR is a bit deeper, we start to play like the king, not king game, you know? And you start to go for like really big, greedy bets. But in tournaments, you're massaging, you know? It's a constant back and forth of chicken where
the river leaves you with
the nuts, yeah,
a
basically.
counterfeiting effect. I know that's not where you were going with this story, but
No, but it's actually quite a good event some of the time here for the full house for the King Jack, because 6s can't show down, you know? Now, of course, we know that he's probably just going to bet and win, but
You mean in terms of what? A bluff?
it happens from time to time, believe it or not.
Not as a raise, does it?
Well,
Berkey, you're just thinking back
Well,
on your own life right now.
yeah, you know,
You
got
nutbag.
you got to bluff something, Ali. You know, what better than the 6 high? You know?
Well, here comes a very cozy third and final barrel from Velocevic, and of course, Svetanov. Doesn't matter how deep stacked you are, you're not feeling good about a man who's willing to get after you across 3 streets on that particular board with air.
You have to take 3 more
Thank you,
minutes
Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there
He's
on the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't do it.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited.
Okay, I think.
Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without glasses. It's okay, thank you.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he folds the King 10. And another King Jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open enders. On this queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and
7.
taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack 9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way some of the time. He doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw helped
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again as he
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. After the break, 3 players remaining now in the World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em mini main event. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. If you're tuning in on this Monday evening, that's what you're watching. Welcome. Whether you be watching on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, my name is Action Man Dan, your broadcaster for the duration of this event. Blinds are up. Small blind is 300k. Big blind is 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. That's 300, 600, 600. Lucas is betting 3.7 million here on the turn on the 6-Jack-7-4. This is getting pricey and spicy. Look at the size of this pot, 20 million. If we hit the river, river is the 7 of diamonds. Pretty surprised to see pocket trees sticking around on that turn, not going to lie. Lucas does give up, which is understandable. And Dagobert, very lucky to stick around and get the showdown with his pocket trees. Just a very bad river for that ace tree to continue on. And bing bang boom, just like that, pot by pot, Dagobert is now your chip leader. P-Book 22 is back. What's up, P-Book 22? Says, wow. Wow. Stunning. All the time says, thanks, Dan. You are welcome, buddy. Buddy, old pal. All players have locked up a minimum of €28,900 from a €250 buy-in. 2,158 original entries for this one. 3 remaining. Playing a very large average stack here. One of these 3 contenders is going to be your mini main champion. Still a lot of bigs in play. Those yellow chips you see in front of the players are all 1 million each. Georgie betting 1.3 million here. Jack 7, Queen 8 is the board now. Dagobert with the ace deuce. Turn goes check, check. River is the king of spades. And Georgie can't win with 10 high at showdown. He's going to have to bluff if he wants to take this pot away from Dagobert. Goes bet 2 million. Ace high gets out of there. Top pair here, blind v blind. Obviously, it goes without saying you're going to see a lot of blind v blind battles with 3 players remaining. These players seem evenly skilled. Georgie has over 200k in tournament live earnings. Don't know about Dagobert. And Lucas, who's had most of this final table go his way, is up against it now. He's only got over a little over 20k in tournament live earnings. We've seen that in a couple of spots. He's thrown caution to the wind in terms of ICM, etc. So they're fairly even now in chips between the 3 of them. This could go on for quite some time. You're looking at a 13k pay jump between third and second, and then the winner, of course, €72,300. Georgie takes that one down with 7-4 diamonds. You're going to see a lot of raise and takes it. You know how hard it is to make a hand and hold them. We are 3-handed. Lucas going for a min raise here in the small blind. I don't like this from Lucas. Against a man of Georgie's capabilities. We want to be sizing up, not sizing down, blind v blind. When we min raise, we give such amazing pot odds. We're going to be out of position. And Queen 2 is just going to play pretty horrific. Bet of 800k in a call. That's a fantastic card for Lucas. Don't really like checking. We're going to get paid a second time by draws. A 7, a 6. For all those reasons, I like betting again. Also, want to protect against diamonds. But more so for the point that I just mentioned about getting value. Now, we just want to call. Raising just doesn't make much sense here. If Georgie has a draw, we want him to continue barreling. Perhaps I'm being a bit harsh, actually, from... No, I don't believe it. He's going for a raise. So we min raise 3. We bet the flop. And now we check raise the turn. It just doesn't make much sense if I'm sitting there in the big blind shoes. I don't know what he can do here. Calling. He's nearly 6 million more. Does have some yellow chips in his hand. Well, looks like he is going to get a call here from Georgie. Look at the size of this pot now as we hit the river. Stack to pot ratio less than 1 to 1. Big river coming up. It's the king of diamonds. Georgie gets there. I thought he would just fold on the turn, getting check raised. And now it's going to be very difficult for Lucas not to go broke here, or at least pay off a very large bet. If I'm Georgie, I think I just go for the lot. Lucas is repping a very strong hand, like a deuce. And if our opponent has a deuce, we want to get paid the maximum amount here. If Lucas has a 7 or a 6, chances are he wouldn't be able to call the majority of the time anyway. Do an all-in bet. He's just going to fold. But if our opponent has a deuce, we want to get paid the full amount. So I just go all in. Georgie is letting Lucas away lightly here. Now, it is unlikely that a deuce would play that way to check the turn, so I kind of understand that Georgie doesn't think he's going to get paid for the full amount, so he's just going for a bet. He thinks he has to get called. He thinks he will get called by his opponent. I'm not sure what he's saying to him there. Hope here no draw asking, is this ever a slow played full house from Lucas? It could be 6s or 7s occasionally, but you want to check there on the river, hoping your opponent's going to bet when he might just check back, check behind. So if he's got a full house, does a full house min raise pre with a pair of sixes or a pair of sevens, best flop, check raise the turn, and then suddenly checks the river? I don't think so. But to be fair, I was a bit confused in that hand because when it plays that way, it's hard to process it all. You wouldn't expect your opponent to just min raise with a deuce 3 for starters, bet the flop, check raise the turn with a deuce. You'd expect your opponent to continue firing, and that's why you see Georgie going for that bet of just shy of 7 million instead of it all, because he doesn't think he's going to get paid if he goes all in. So well played by Georgie, because the overall range of the small blind is not going to contain much deuce X there. It's easy for me to say because I can see the cards, because that's how cool I am. Lady Nomuck says, Dan, yes, I boycotted the stream yesterday. No Dan, no lady. Oh, you flatter me, Lady Nomuck. Not the first woman to say something like that to me in my life. Great to have you with us. Did you miss me? Thank you very much for your comment. Never fear. Action Man Dan is here. Dagobert going for the min raise with the pocket 8. Lucas is going to call. Perhaps a bit gun shy after that hand. Dagobert will take that one down. As Lady Nomuck says, those other guys give no love. View the Twitch chat, only YouTube. Well, I choose Twitch chat because I have moderators. YouTube is great, and I love YouTube, but there's no moderators over there, so it's hard to run a tight ship. And a lot of people on YouTube are just dropping in and dropping out, where we get more consistent viewers on Twitch. She asked me, how am I? I am great, actually. Very giddy today. Finding it hard to concentrate. Okay, no draw says Lucas was a wrecking crew. Yeah, but when you lose half your stack like that, it's very hard to remain composed, recalibrate. Book says Dan is fired. The best lady the other day was the Action Man having a bad mic was miserable. Yeah, that was tough times. Book for nearly 90 minutes. I think it was a server issue in the end. Says, I agree. Dan is a good lady. Freak in the sheets, lady on the street, or is it lady? Freak on the streets and lady in the sheets. whatever way the expression goes. The chat seems buzzing today anyway. It's great to see it. Great for the community. Come on in. The water is lovely. Rip for Lucas, and he might get paid here. Dagobert with pocket nines. $1.5 million is the bet here. There's the deuce of clubs. 6 million in the pot. Dagobert might have to pay this off on the river. He'll beat some draws. If your opponent has a jack, he's just going to go for 10 value. I like this blockers type sizing 4/ value bet. We got called by a 6. It's unlikely that your opponent has a 4. We can see he's after boating up here on the river. Lucas moves all in. Dagobert gets the bad news. The thing is, when Lucas does this, pretty much has to be a 4. Pocket 6s that might have just rejammed pre. Not really going to be a Jack X type holding. And I really don't think he's got any bluffs. You can never say never. Maybe he turns a hand like 5/7 that had a backdoor into a bluff. I'm just not going to give Lucas any bluffs on this occasion. There's the Dagobert's laughing too. Perno Jaw says, oof, poor Dago. Lady Nomuk says, give Dan a raise. That'll be the day. You're so kind, Lady Nomuk. There's so much poker going on early Christmas. My early Christmas present now will be getting the last of my college work done in the next 6 weeks or so. I'll be even giddier then. Giddy as a schoolgirl. Word is number 1 mod. Well, he's certainly up there. I think we would have to call him number one mod. Maybe almost just grind that out, Dan. Almost done. I am a grinder after all. Complete. The RG is going to put the pressure on him. Sometimes you might just fold hands like this. You could fold like a Jack 8 or a Jack 9. I actually don't mind just calling here with the Queen 9. Goes call. Must have heard me. King 5 is the flop. And now we bet quarter pot and take this one down. 1 million is the bet. We're back next weekend as well, folks, for the big one. 1.5 million guaranteed in the €1,100 World Series of Poker main event, the circuit event, of course, the ring event, which you can see behind our man Lucas Kissel. 967 is the flock. Dagobert with the open ender. Lucas catches a pair here on the turn, but can't be trilled on that board. Just let it go. You will see some players just catch a piece, even if it is bottom pair, and hang around on dodgy boards. So it's nice that he fold. I know it's standard to fold there. Depends how browned off people get. Georgie now really in commanding position to take this one down, playing 90 bigs and change. P-Book says Dan and Bird to replace Norman and Lon during next year's main event. Well, if I'm bringing anyone with me, as much as I love Bird and all, it will be my main man, Alan, to give away Go Finn. Sorry, Bird. Lady Nomuk says Bird was the only mod in here a few times I stopped by. He does run a tight ship, all right, our Bird. Aces. For Dagobert in the big, raises to 2 million. 10-9 offsuit for Georgie. And we've got action here, open-ended for Georgie. The overpair for Dagobert. That's close to half pot, 2 million. And the call, turn is the deuce. And this deuce pairing the board go on to get more value against draws and a jack. It's very unlikely that Georgie has a deuce unless he has something like ace deuce, and we block that. We block that heavily considering we have the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds. $3.5 million is the bet. Interesting to see what way Georgie wants to proceed here. Just decides to let it go. Think that's actually a great laydown. A lot of players will hang around to see the river. Wants to know if he hit something. Got to pay to find out, bud. Ferris Tack says Georgie has played super well. He's my pick to take this one down. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. He has the most accolades to his name, over 200k in tournament live earnings. Like I said, Lucas has about 22 before. He's got a hell of a lot more now. And I don't know about Dagobert. $800k is the bet here from Georgie. Lucas has a good shot straight draw, but with two clubs out there, not going to continue. So there you have it, folks. Georgie way out in the lead here with 88 big blinds. Dagobert in second place and Lucas in third. Georgie betting 700k with the 8-5 at diamonds. Ace 7-4. Dagobert's going to stick around with his bottom pair. Turn is the king of hearts. Georgie wondering whether he should bet a second time. Looks like he's checking with 2 hearts and 2 spades out there. One does go check, check, and the river is a 5 of hearts. Giving Georgie the best hand. Another pot for Gio. Three bet to 4 million from the ace-8 suited in the small blind. And Gio will let that one go. Pin raise from the button. Gio will call 9-5 of spades. Queen 9-5 is the flop. Goes check, check. 2 pair for Gio. You want to protect his hand now on the 8 of spades. Turn. Goes bet 2.6 million. Actually, when we check back the flop, I would like to see Dagobert call. He's got a good shot, straight shot. He's got ace high. Our opponent might just shut down on the river if he's got some random bluff. Lucas now with 15 bigs. It's going to be tough for Lucas to rebound from this when you've gone from being the table captain the entire final table to finding yourself the short stack in between 2 very competent players. You've got to just pick your spots and hope for the best. Play your game. Realize you don't have 65 bigs anymore. It's 15, whatever the case may be. Lucas takes that one down with the ace-jack off suit. And Bert takes that one down with the king-queen off suit. Birdie boy. Lucas with the jack, 5 of spades now, 13 bigs, getting frustrated. Can't make things work for him at the moment. Gio raised to 2.8 million. Blinds have just gone up as well, which will put even more pressure on the track. Blinds are now 400, 800, 800. Small blind, 600k, 800k. Running big blind ante. Gio staying active. Burke getting out of the way. Lucas in the big with 3 deuce suited. Lucas finds a jammable hand in the small 10-9 of clubs. Gets it through. And you might have stutter. I just refreshed the page. Should be fine now. Sometimes I do have a habit of moving around in my seat. Hopefully that's a bit better now. Lucas, 13 bigs on the button. King 8 suited. Should just shove this one. We'll shove it. We'll get this one through. Sometimes, Richie, it's me that needs to refresh the page, and sometimes it's other people that need to refresh. You've got to remember, there's like 7 servers from Ireland to Kings. I know this because I researched it during the week, because last Sunday there was a malfunction there for about 90 minutes, and it was when we were three-handed. So touch wood, it won't happen again. I mean, that's the first time it happened for that length of time since I started for Kings. But yeah, it can be on anyone's end. You've got there's storms all over the world at the moment. Europe is getting hammered, so we had a horrific storm in Ireland last night. It seems to be fine all day today. All the times it's still got the finish of it though, Dan. Yeah, we got back. I mean, it was really frustrating because I couldn't go to bed. We were about, 10 hours in, and I refused to quit at half time, as you know. Championship round, stay till the job's done. But I was watching the screen and just wanted to get back in there. So I waited until there was a break and then happened to get back in because it was a very long heads-up battle and it was really fun. There was a lot of interesting hands. And as a certified squirrel, I can confirm that both of the players playing heads up were nuts. Yam yam. King 4 deuce is the flop here. Gio with a flush draw. Lucas is going to go for a steal here with the 8-7 of spades. And does Gio want to proceed by just jamming with a flush draw? Or does he want to just call? Well, there's your answer. Rips the lot. You've got George and Lucas. Insert Star Wars joke here. And Lucas will be ripping this. We've seen him. We just see him do it with 13 bigs with King 8 suited. This is less. He's less than 10. He is, of course, going to be all in. He says, man has a C. He does, yeah. Lady Nomok says, man is activated to God tier mode. See, you missed, I don't think you were here for a lot of this final table, Lady Nomok. Lucas was absolutely destroying it, winning every all-in, winning every small pot with the 6 tickets up for grabs. We had a lot of bust-outs in record timing. And that's why we find ourselves so deep, three-handed. Yeah, Lady Momuki had over 100 bigs for quite some time at this FT. Cream is rising to the top, and Gio has a lot more experience than Lucas. I'm not so sure about Bert. Definitely seen Bert skulking around Kings before at the feature table. I just can't put a proper name to the face. He is well able to play this game, of course. He is on the tighter side at times. Having said that, I've seen him make some call downs with under pairs on boards that had a lot of overcards. Bert's gonna min. Lucas is going to go for it here for 10 bigs with the king 8 off too. And Bert is going to be priced in. Bert wants a count. This is definitely at the bottom of Lucas's rejamming range with limited amount of fold equity. We can see he is ahead. It's a great gambling hand even if we're not ahead with the Queen Jack. Does call. So here we go. Lucas is good at these all-in confrontations. Let's see what happens here. He's either out the gap or he will be doubling up to 17 million. But that's a pretty good start. Flopping 2 pair. Always drama. Kings 8 outs for Bert. Turns the deuce. River is another king. Lucas. 17.2 million now. 22 big blinds. Spin and win. So that's going to change the dynamic a bit now. Bert with 30 bigs. Ernie with 20. And Gio with the rest of the chips in play. Real Rusty says it would have gone in on the flop anyways. Yeah, very good point there, Real Rusty. Gio betting 1.5 million is going to get picked off here, of course. Lady No Muck says, do I watch other poker streams? I mean, watching something that's not the King's Resort live from Rosvedov? I watch as much live poker as I can to stay up to speed. Play when I can. I would like to be playing a bit more. I will once I'm finished college. I spent all of last week watching every bit of the EPT, for example. I love watching the World Series of Poker, the main events, anything World Series related. I watched all of the World Series of Poker Europe that was just on. Watched all 6 days of the coverage, 5 days of the main event, and the 50k high roller, of course. I love watching all the EPTs. I watch a lot of Twitch streams and online stuff. Lady Nomok, did you see the FT? Holy shit, it was so good. Watched it all last. Yes, watched 10 hours of it yesterday. It was phenomenal. Georgios Soloftis played a very fearless strategy. Balls out on the table that got him so far, but to beat a man of skill motors caliber was going to take more than just balls. And Oliver Weiss played unbelievably well, so patient. But here we have Lucas with Kings completing his option, Geo checking. 10-8 deuce is the flop. Good flop for Lucas. He's got the king of clubs. Boot. Geo's going to bet. No reason for Lucas to do anything other than just not that. Just call, I was going to say. Just want to keep in bluffs. Geo has all the chips. He's going to keep barreling. Barreling Monroe. Lucas will take it down. Lady Nomuk says it was an instant classic. It was an amazing FT. Very patient. You saw his emotions at times, were able to pull it back together. Wow, they both showed so much heart, so much dedication, commitment, recalibration, especially from Oliver Weiss. Real Rusty says he can see an occasional raise here. I think it's fine to go for a small raise if you want, but Gio's just going to keep pounding. You might even bluff if a club rolls off. There's a lot of cards that Gio will just continue as natural bluffs. And we have the king of clubs in our hand. If we didn't have the king of clubs, I could get behind raising more frequently. There's loads of combinations that we would want the big blind to have that contains the king of clubs. I thought Georgios Saloftis made the most. I don't know if you're going to call it an unbelievable call, but the hand with aces where he called on the river. If you were to put that into theory, it'd be a fold all day. But in practice, he made it work for him. I think he loses more than he wins making that call, but he did make it and he was correct. So I'm not playing EPTs. What do I know? Back in my box. Gio betting one big here on the river on the queen. Ace, 7, deuce, 8. Bert loves laughing at this final table. It's my job to laugh, Bert. You just play your game, mate. Only joking, of course. It's great to see them talking and smiling and laughing with so much money on the line. Bert completes here with the Jack 6. Lucas is going to bump it up to 2.5 million. Takes that one down with the Queen Jack off suit. Baby No Muck says agreed. Call and keep him in. Yes, I was screaming at my phone. Amazing. 1 FT. I want to go back and study. Yeah, it was one of the best FTs I've seen in a long time at an EPT, especially with so much money on the line. Says when you leaves those commentators speechless, you're on another level. Yeah, I love Sam Grafton's analysis. He's absolutely top drawer. Phenomenal. Bert min raising, and Gio has a raising hand, but he chooses to just call from the big blind. I think we 3-bet call it off there with ace-10 suited, or just rip. Calling's going to be totally fine as well. We keep in all the 10x that we dominate, a lot of ace-x that we dominate. So the turn is the 8 of diamonds, flop queen, 5-4, v5 full thumb. And Bert is going to try get some value, flush out some equity that Gio might have. Don't think he's going to continue, and lets it go. Lady Omuk says a no deal. The commentators were on point with these hands. It is a great FT you could go back and study for sure. His explanation and thought process was amazing, and you're not going to see a deal with the likes of Skill Motor. He already won the high roller this year. And we've got action here. Bert raising to 4 million. Very large sizing, 5x. Gio would very much like to see a flop with this hand, but I think 5x is going to price him out. But Gio wants to see a flop and does call. 8.8 million in this pot as we see the flop. The flop is Queen 6-4. Good shot straight draw for Gio. Bert coming up short, but does still have the best hand. Just decides to give it the old Shovinsky. Needs to be careful doing that. Quite a large bet. Gio keeping the foot to the gas. 9-7 off suit here on the button. Lucas will call. 8-4 suited. Something for everyone in the audience here. Gio flopping a straight. Not the biggest fan of checking back a straight here on the 8-6-5. Suppose he will be checking back a lot of over pairs, ace X type holdings. $1.2 million is the bet. 1.2 million is the call. Where's the jack of clubs? $4.5 million now is the bet on the river. And I don't know if Lucas is going to fold this one. He blocked the low end of the straight. got a decent pair. Dirty Geo will have some bluffs, although 9-10 gets there. Maybe Lucas just doesn't have a good enough hand. We'll let it go. More to think about it there. It's a very tough call. Just seems like Lucas is a bit browned off and might have just flicked it in. ECW King in the house. What's up, buddy? Geo with 83 bigs, commanding chip leader now. 60% of all the chips in play. Or 25%, 34 bigs, and Lucas with a lot of work to do, but still in contention, fighting hard as the scrappy underdog with 18 big blinds. ECW King says juicy prize pool for a 250. Where else would you get it on a Monday night? €72,300 for the eventual champion. Gio completing with Queen 10 off suit. Bart checking his option with the Ace 5. Flop is Jack 8. Gio with a gut shot straight draw. Bart still with the best hand. Two overs in the gut shot. Bets one big. Turn is the three of clubs. I would continue firing if I was in Gio's shoes. Turn does go check, check. Seven of clubs hits the river. He's got the queen of clubs blocking some flush combinations that his opponent could have. Does he think his hand is going to be good enough a showdown with just queen high? He does. Or he's just straight up given up. I would prefer to see him continue barreling. Lady Nomuk says, Jesus, Lucas was taking names. Did he get cooler to have since little chips? Well, he had a few things not go his way. A couple of all-ins. But he had everything go his way, first of all. We could see some action here, folks. Gio with ace-10 suited. Bert with ace-king offsuit and a small blind. Decent sized 3-bet. Interested to see what way Gio wants to continue. Is just going to call. Jack 4 is the flop, and Bert is just going to check. I would prefer to continue there with the ace king for a small sizing. Gio going for a tiny bet of 2.5 million. An information bet, if you will. See where he's at. Turn is a juicy one. The ace of hearts. Gio will think this is a great card for him now. Turn will go check. River is the 5. Bert checks again. Trying to induce a bluff from Gio. It is possible that Gio could have a jack. So perhaps he just wants to go into check call mode. Anyway. Wow, just decides to check it back. He's got to be happy about that. Where is the rest of that pot, though? We can't just be too afraid of our opponent having a jack there. Oh, I don't know what to think of that. I think it's very passive for Gio to check behind on the river, and I also think it's quite passive for Bert to check the river in the first place. Maybe Nomok says, I want things to go my way when it counts the most. Late in the tournament and FTs. Join the club, Lady Nomok. Little Miss state the obvious. Just missing out on value. It's so hard to get a monster, especially three-handed and hold them. Gio must be delighted checking back that river. The rejam from Bert. The rejam from Lucas. Bert folding. Blinds have just gone up, by the way. 500,000 is the small blind. 1 million is the big blind with a 1 million running big blind ante. That's 500,000. 1 million, 1 million. And this could be curtains for Lucas. I don't think Lucas is going to be going anywhere with 2-7s, three-handed. We've seen Gio calling a lot from the small, but it looks like he's going to go for small. Not a small three bet. He's committing himself to Lucas's stack. You will see some players go for these smallish three bets to like 6.5 million there and fold for the additional. Yeah, here we go. He's not folding. 4-bet ripping. And Gio is 4-bet calling. 3-bet calling it off. So we've got 8 for Gio, who's in fantastic shape here to eliminate Lucas Issel and go heads up for this title. King 5-3 is the flop. Turn is the 10 of clubs. Here's the river. Needs to be a 7. It is the 6 of diamonds. Heads up for skins, says open rip or limp raise all in. Like so, obviously. Nice to have you with us, heads up for skins. We are going on a break. Coming back. Get this heads up battle underway and put a ribbon on this thing. Gio with 73 bigs is in commanding position to take down this title, but it is no limit hold'em heads up, and it can be quite volatile. Which one of these two is going to become your eventual champion? We're going to find out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
And Max finds his way to the feature table as Ace King of Clubs finds its way to an open for Arai, and problems for Velocevic should he get frisky from the button with this Ace Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah, I think at this depth, you do start to see a lot more calling take place. Again, it's one of those things where you have so much hand, but it feels pretty bad to just suddenly start putting in 50 pre. Good things can happen too. You know, you got some deep stacks behind you who may potentially squeeze. I myself probably wouldn't have the patience to flat the ace queen suited, but you see here he's going to be rewarded one way or the other.
Well, it's curious. Look at all this interference and a setup for Svetanov whereby this King Queen of Hearts really tempts us to rise up, does it not?
Yeah, but I think it's like, again, one of those things where this is too good of a hand to turn into a bluff. I just struggle to put in a bunch of chips here and then have to fold to a 4-bet.
Svetanov agrees.
Yeah, I think the call here is very good.
Shows restraint and well served to have done so. Dominated across both of his opponent's holdings. Diamonds favored Velocevic in the window.
So close to everybody having a backdoor.
6-6-4.
Yeah, I think this one's just going to check through at a pretty high frequency. especially with the long tank out of the big blind, you tend to range him more pair dense in that instance, 7s, 8s, maybe unsure of the path forward.
10 on the turn, the product of the round of knuckles. Al-Haid did not waste any time checking his hand. As the pre-flop raiser, perhaps a door opened.
If you're going to start to bluff here as Svetanov, I think you kind of have to commit to double barreling, which it appears as though he's just going to let off the gas. I tend to agree with this. Tricky spot for ace queen. You still beat some hands here that might take a stab on the turn, but you also still have the big blind behind you to concern yourself with, who may easily still be slow playing trips, checking over a 10 or a 4 that may not just give up to this bet and a call. I imagine he's just gonna have to find a fold. Yeah, that's a very disciplined laydown.
Really could have been much more violent for Velasquez had he traveled a different path. And for that matter, Svetanov. And it's going to be tough to earn chips in spots like this.
Without remembering, I'm probably going to smash 3 names together.
That was really great.
That's a thing that I do, by the way. Like with words, too.
Really?
I've been doing it my whole life. I don't know what causes it. There's actually a name for it, which I don't recall off the top of my head.
Maybe if we got one of those scans, the little corpus callosum, you know, the thing that connects the two lobes, maybe you got some extra threads between those
or maybe
two
none at all.
Wow, that gets cool, by
Real
the way.
disconnect.
Yeah.
Imagine I've just been living this duality for all this time unaware.
Listen, I don't want to medicate the mutants, you know. I want them as they are.
Yeah.
Let's not fix it. This is what makes things interesting.
Right.
As we can see the impact of a monotonous sort of GTO-heavy approach, it would seem, scattered about this particular field.
Yeah,
King, 4 trip kings for Velasquez. They're not here to entertain us. They're here to win a tournament.
This is what happens when you dole out Adderall like Pez and hand them a GTO wizard sim.
Berkey, careful. Pocket sixes, by the way, have themselves some merits to continuing here.
Yeah, no club. Probably always just going to follow through with a call. It's always a really special time when you just find that random 6 from heaven on the turn.
Well, not available here as the pre-flop raisers follow through was called, and he's not going to be slowing down. There's a barrel, and with 38,000 in the middle, he comes with 13.
This is one of the biggest differentiators, I think, between cash and tournament strategy. When we follow through on turns in cash games where the SPR is a bit deeper, we start to play like the king not king game, you know, and you start to go for like really big greedy bets. But in tournaments, you're massaging, you know, it's a constant back and forth of chicken where
the river leaves you with
the nuts, yeah, basically.
A counterfeiting effect. I know that's not where you were going with your
No, but it's actually quite a good event some of the time here for the full house for the King Jack, because 6s can't show down, you know. Now, of course, we know that he's probably just going to bet and win, but...
You mean in terms of what? A bluff?
It happens from time to time, believe it or not.
Not as a raise, does it?
Well...
Berkey, you're just thinking back on your own life right now.
Yeah, you know, you got
nutbag.
You got to bluff something, Ali. You know, what better than the 6 high? You know?
Well, here comes a very cozy third and final barrel from Velasquez, and of course, Svetanov. Doesn't matter how deep stacked you are, you're not feeling good about a man who's willing to get after you across 3 streets on that particular board with air.
You know, it's you're sitting on aces and you just made it 37x, and you go, oh my god, I misclicked. But you know, you got the 6-5 suited, you kind of just play it off.
Yeah, right,
Like,
right.
oh well, another day at the office, boys.
There's nothing worse than that guilt that you got to wear when the guy gets after. And maybe, you know, they deserve it if they're trying to exploit.
Well,
but you show up with the aces and it's like, oh, my bad. Would you look at that?
It's a part of the opening range, you know. Sorry I happen to have it this time.
Well, pocket seven's also a part of the opening range. From the cutoff for Neugebauer, he's made it 9 to go. Oh, he just flats king queen off from the button.
Pretty common on the button. You want to be using these Broadway type hands. They're not quite good enough to 3-bet get in, but they're way too strong to ever consider folding. So you kind of try to avoid folding them at all costs 36. By coming through with a call.
Now
he's now getting out of line.
Kamoshi,
so that's clear,
is proving abusive.
Augie could have jammed, I suppose, versus a cutoff open 25. Putting it in, I think, might be quite reasonable, and maybe he leans on king queen suited for that sort of play. I would have a hard time not back jamming this, knowing full and well that I was getting called by Kamoshi, but also just believing that he's out of line.
Well,
there it is.
Arai,
he shares my thoughts.
Induced, I suppose. Maybe we reserve the right to change our mind about how we want to approach things. I don't know that his intention was to induce.
No, this is just a byproduct of a series of events that, you know, you live and die by. This kid seems like he's out of line. We're going to back jam and hope that we have some of this range dominated, which I don't think is all that unreasonable. Quite possible that Kamoshi has worse king high and queen high type holdings in his squeeze range here, especially if he's as liberal as we see. Though the ace 9 off, probably not that bad versus cutoff button.
He's already got 36 in here, and he's just kind
really
of questioning what this is unconventional behavior from Arai, right?
Yeah, and well, we did see the queen 8 off, but nobody else knew.
No, right. But from Kamoshi's standpoint, he's kind of like, what?
It feels
Flat
weird.
jam?
Yeah, it feels weird because you expect the pocket pairs like below the 9 to just be jamming pre.
Correct.
Right?
And the bigger aces also to be maybe taking up a more aggressive posture. And so look how well he's performing here with something as paltry as ace 9 for a 233K pot. And check
how well he was performing.
Correct. The update now is a very poor performing king high flop. Arai can get behind it. Tasting the 233. And it doesn't spoil on the turn. Just needs to dodge an ace, which he does. 4's full on the end. Roll your sleeves up.
Alrighty, folks, we're back for the heads-up battle to see which one of these remaining players will be your €250 buy-in. The World Series of Poker Circuit No Limit Hold'em Mini Main Event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. It's Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit and broadcaster for this one. Winner will take home over €73,000 for the victory. €72,300 to be exact. All remaining players, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, all taking home a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, taking place at the King's Resort next year. Both players have locked up €40,900 minimum, and they are playing for that all-important ring, circuit ring, the one ring to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them. Let's go. Gio with the jacks, absolute monster, heads up. Lady No Muck says, heads up, let's go. I like that enthusiasm. She said, can't play Kings without a Mercedes. No siree, Bob. Marv says, sixes is a fold, sevens is a go. If worried about ICN, then he should fold anything but aces, and knowing you will never win the tournament, otherwise you will get bullied all the time. Have balls. Balls will prevail. Or checks. Marv asks, where's the ring? This is ring number 2. I don't think I see the ring on the table. But rest assured, they are playing for a ring. They've already formed a ring, a boxing ring for this heads-up match. 1.4 million is the bet from Gio. Bert's going to raise to 3.5. Gio will continue for the additional 2.1 million. So we're off to the turn. 12 million in the pot. Turn is a deuce. Pairs the board. Doesn't change much other than that. Does bring in the flush as well. Wouldn't think Bert has check raised too many flush draws, but stranger things have happened at Kings. King of Hearts arrives, giving a full house, and this is a great card because double pair board now. Bert should get paid. I'd like to see him bet somewhere around 6 to 8 million. $10.5. Gio, snap folding there. Knows his customer. Playing very well, Gio. That's a really nice fold. Lady says, Dan, do I know if the World Series of Poker circuit in the USA gives a ticket to the World Series of Poker for making an FT? Pass. Next question. I'm actually not sure. And would that be for the World Series of Poker main event you're on about, or the World Series of Poker Europe you're on about? I presume if you're playing the World Series of Poker circuit in the USA and you win a ticket, it would be for the Vegas main event, not the one over here. Do I know whether they do the same thing over there across the pond as they do in Europe? I actually don't know. I like that Kings do this. It's not something you see nationwide or all over Europe in casinos where there's X amount of tickets allocated from the prize pool. It creates a very wicked dynamic at times. It can slow the action, slow the play down considerably. People will over-adjust and make ludicrous folds. Then you'll see the more aggressive players make crazy bluffs. So I love it. Creates a lot of action that you don't get other times, but it can also lull the action, like I just said. So a lot of casinos or places just don't really do it that way. I don't think that King's Resort is unique. I'm sure it happens in other places where there is tickets as well as the prize pool. So that's all I can say at this time, because that's all the information I have. Interesting turn card here. Gio going to battle with the open ender. There's no cure for curiosity, Lady Nomuck. So thank you for your question. Lady Nomuck says, gotcha. I don't think they do it that way over here. They have main event Sadie, but not like King's greatest added value to play. It's just a great example of that, Lady Nomuck, was today. 13 grand difference between 7th and 6th place, and it's a €250 buy-in. So that's nearly 50 buy-ins. Lady Nomuck says, and I'm guessing if you have more than one ticket, you can sell the other or get cash for it. You'd want to be winning more than one, yeah. Yeah, the rule is you must use your first ticket until the final registration. I thought it was just for day 1A. Bert is going to complete. Not sure what the strategy is here for Gio being the overwhelming chip leader. Certainly doesn't want to double up Bert. Whittle away at his stack, I'd say, is the go-to strategy. Avoid some massive clashes if you can. Gio will know what to do. He's played very well to get this far. And as for Bert, Bert has been fearless in a few different spots where he has made some light call downs. I would use that to my advantage and charge him when I've got my value hands. Maybe bluff less frequently. Lady Nomuk says, "Gotcha, might want a second bullet." I get that. Lady Nomuk says, "Pepper with the jab." Yeah, keep peppering them with the jab. Top of the class, Lady Nomuk. Then we can hit them with the jab, the double jab, and then the booster. Once we've got them against the ropes. Ortman raising, 3-2 suited. Gio defending with King 8 offsuit, up his Queen 5 deuce. Work with the best of it here with bottom pair. Gio min raising with a sexy Jack 10 suited. Burt defending with 7-4 offsuit. Trips for Gio. You'd have to be content with just betting and taking that one down. Under pair to the board here for Bert, as is tradition with little duckies. 10, 7, 8, 2 hearts is the flop. Gio deciding to check this one back with the flush draw. Turn is the king of spades. Gio bet 4.5 million and take it down. Monster here for Bert. Gio, bad timing here. 3 betting from the big with Queen 7 off, suit 8 million. I think Bert just 4-bet rips this one over the top, unless he wants to see a flop in position. And Gio releases immediately. Gio 5-4 suited, 2.5 million to go. Bert concedes. The opening 15 hands or so. I don't feel like Bert is defending wide enough. Gio taking a lot of these smaller pots. Seems more willing to 3-bet light from the big blind also. Geo with the min, queen 10 off suit. Bert's going to defend 5-3. $1.4 million is the C bet here from Geo on the king 6-6. We'll take that one down. Six, 4-3 is the flop here. Geo with king deuce of diamonds. Bert with 10-6. Three of spades hitting the turn here, and Bert looks like he's going to lead now for 3.5 mil. That's going to be the end of this one. I don't think Theo's going to hang around with just a good shot straight draw to go with his king high. Geo with an absolute monster here. The kings of kings facing the min raise from the jack 10 off suit of Bert. Probably making about 7 million here. He goes for 8. Bert releases immediately. 9-8 of clubs. Gonna min raise. Bert calls. King, queen, queen is the flop. Flush draw for Geo. Going to be tough for Bert to continue with trees. We've seen him make a call down earlier on today. 4 overcards or 3 overcards out there to his pocket trees. Interesting to see if he wants to see a turn here. See, even if we have the best hand here with pocket trees, it's really hard for us to realize our equity on later streets. A man of Geo's caliber is going to be well capable of barreling off. Case in point, the ace rolls off. I expect to see him bet this again, and if he doesn't, he's just checking back because he has a flush draw and he can fire if he misses the river. Bert won't have hands like King, Queen. Don't know how much Jack X is in his range. Very difficult for Bert to try get the showdown here unless he wants to turn his hand into a bluff. Bert checks. Geo must take this away from him. No, Bert's going to turn his hand into a bluff. 5.5 million. Nice change of pace there from Bert. Takes down a nice pot, and he's now playing 42.4 million. We're betting 2 million. Geo has a good shot to straight draw. I was going to say this could be a nice candidate for a raise, and he is going to check raise. Nice pot there for Geo. Gio should just be betting this. Ace 10 9. Just make it like 1.5 million. 1.5 million is the bet. Bert's going to hang around. Bottom pair, main kicker. Turn giving 2 pair to Bert. I wouldn't be shocked to see him lead here. Does go for a lead. It's going tit for tat out there, guys. Hope you're enjoying this heads up battle. If you're just tuning in, it's the No Limit Hold'em mini main event, €250 buy-in World Series of Poker circuit event. And they're playing for good dollar. €72,300 for the winner. She says he loves heads up and loves me for good commentary. Love you too, buddy. Thank you for your comment. Thanks for hanging around. Poker is fun for everyone. When you're winning, of course. Trips now for Gio. Bert is the one betting. Marv asked, is the prize money including the ticket or 72k plus the ticket? Usually separate to the ticket, so €72,300, and then it's €82,300 including the ticket. Gio going for a raise here, trying to get external value from a club draw, a straight draw, a 7. River is an action killer, to say the least. $90 million in the pot. Does Gio ever go for a small blockerish type sizing here? Like 4 million? 4.5 million or something like that? Well, there you go. 4.5 million is the bet. And Bird is reaching, and if he's reaching for chip the bluff here, it's a pretty creative, sick bluff. Wow. Raising to 12 million. I wasn't picturing this from Bert. The question is now, can Gio sniff this one out? It's a very, very tough call to make. that 6 of clubs is actually quite important because we block some draws that would contain a flush that got there on the river. But it is a paired board. Bert has 5 repping a full house at this point. I don't even think he can raise with a flush. Maybe get paid by some 8x type holdings. But to raise this river, you would really need a house or a flush. I suppose a flush has to raise to get value from an 8. It's going to be a strong hand. What does Gio do here? Very tough call. Does release. And I tell you what, that is a very explosive bluff there from Bert. And he will show Gio rubbing salt into the wound. Now, interesting to see how Gio rebounds from that. A lot of this heads-up battle has gone his way. Bert shows him that bluff. Takes back the chip lead. Now all momentum shifting in his direction. Only a few big blinds separating the two. Look how deep these two are. Over 50 bigs a pop. That's why, as much as I thought it was a good spot for us to make a blocker-ish type sizing, if we had a value hand and want to get paid by an 8 there, or had a flush, we'd probably go for a larger sizing than 4.5 mil. Marv says Bert folded so much he got Gio thinking must be at least a flush. Yeah, that's a very good point, yeah. Really repping a house on that paired board. Gio betting 2 mil here on the turn. Oh. Gio takes that one down. Flashes what I thought was a jack, but maybe he showed the tree. He showed the tree, yeah. I was thinking it was the tree. No reason to show the jack. He's a fiery one, our Gio. It is Germany against Georgia. Fighting it out for the title. Lines have just gone up, but they're still incredibly deep for a heads-up battle. Loads of playability in this one. 0.6 million is the small blind. 1.2 million is the big blind, with a 1.2 million running big blind ante. Burt defending with the 8-7 at diamond. Gio with the Jack-9. $1.6 million is the bet. 1.6 million is the call. A couple of on about making a deal. I don't think Gio wanted to make a deal. Definitely has an edge on the field. I don't know how many. Don't know how many scores Burt has had. $3.5 million is the bet here on the river from Burt. Not much Gio can do. Gotta let it go. Nearly 60 mil now for Burt. Burt with the min, Gio with the call. 9-6 of spades against 7-5. 8-5-3 is the flop. Piece of it for both players. Goes to go check. Turn is the ace of hearts. $2 million is the bet from Burt. $2 million is the call from Gio. River is the ace of clubs. Gio checking it over now. Burt has to know he can't win by checking. He's missed his draw. That ace of clubs just decides to give it up. I think Gio would have called him there with a 5. Neither player afraid to make big moves in this heads-up battle. They both played great at the final table, to be fair. You with the queen, jack, a6-4 is the flop, rainbow. Or sorry, 2 spades. Bart with a pair of 6s. Checking it over. Theo is going to continue. At a 1.7 million on a call. Turn is the 8 of spades. Turn goes check, check. River is the 8 of clubs. Takes down another pop. They all count at this late stage. Or 48 bigs now. Ace 4 off suit on the button. Ace, 10 ace is the flop. Theo is going to hang around with some backdoors. Interesting that he calls with the jack 9. Turn is the queen. Gives him a lot of additional equity. So you're just going to lead here for 6 mil. Very interesting play here from Gio. And that's his get out of jail free card. Pretty sick river here for Bart. Now, in terms of sizing, to get paid by an ace, probably wants to bet somewhere around 10 million. Goes for 11. This is a really, really tough spot here for Bart with trips. Any jack beats him, he loses to some other hands that would maybe be a full house, but that's very, very unlikely. So it just comes down to how much Jack X leads the turn. I think we might have to fold this one. The more I think about it, he has calling chips in hand. Interesting to see what you think about in the chat here about this hand. Call or fold, all vote now. I think the way Gio's played this, we just have to fold trips as sick and all as it is. And even though we are heads up, I think he has to find a fold. I don't think he is going to fold, but I think in theory we want to be folding here. In practice, let's see what happens. Sometimes you just got to pay. The man does pay. Gio knows that Gio's capable of bluffing there. Super unlucky for Bert. Gaining so much momentum, winning a lot of pots, and now finds himself back in the 30 big blind zone. Gio with a 2-1 chip lead. That's a huge pot in this heads-up battle. Now it's going to be up to Bert to see how well he can recompose himself, stay calm, cool, and collected. I just don't think Gio's leading the river as a bluff. He did play that one very funky. But there's just too many Jack X hands that lead as a semi-bluff on the turn to get there, in my opinion. Hey, no, it says fold there and feel like a god. Or a goddess. In your case. Bart. I bet 3.5 mil here. Gio picks up a piece of it, but not looking too hot with that 5-4 offsuit. Puts it in the muck. Gio with ace-4 offsuit. Bart defends with the king-5 offsuit. Flop is 8-3-3. Gio with the best of it here. I think he just wants to bet. This one does bet 1.8. Geo with ace jack suited here, Bert. 5 deuce of spades. Takes that one down. Geo wins with 8-5 off suit there with a good shot straight draw, betting and taking it down. I think overall, Geo definitely has the skill advantage. That doesn't mean that Bert doesn't have some tricks up his sleeve. Bert might just re-jam this one with the ace-9. Interesting, he makes it 3 million now, go over 2.5 bigs. And Gio wants a count, but we know he's never calling. Just wants to know exactly how much Bert has, which is fair enough. 22 bigs. This seems fine. Shove anything up to about 25 here, even more. Although any more than that seems like a lot. Heads up. As Joe says, he wants to find a tell. Yeah, that's also a consideration sometimes. I'd say they have tells on each other at this stage. Geo a 6.7 million to go. Bart defends, 10-7-4 is the flop. Gonna go check, check, turns the deuce to diamonds. Not much in it for either player here. Bart takes that one down with a bet on the turn. So Gio has more than a 2-1 chip lead right now. Bart with the min, Gio with the defend. 8-9-4 is the flop, all diamonds. Bart with 2 overs and enough flush draw. Gio just with bottom pair, no diamond in his hand. Bart will take that one down. No pair, no draw says all they need to know is how many total chips is in play, and then they can tell their opponent's stack by the difference in the total and what their own stack is. But I also get wanting to ask the question to the other guy to see if they waffle on their own answer. Both players seem to be fresh enough, all things considered. Usually, now granted, these streams can go on anywhere up to 15 hours. You see fatigue setting in at all hours of the morning, and it is still pretty early in the evening. Well, it's 10 p.m. now at Kings. But they both seem fresh enough, and they're enjoying the championship rounds. The war of attrition. Gio with the min. A massive round of applause to all of you who have been with us throughout the day. Chat has been buzzing and hopping the way I like to see it. Loads of discussion going on. New names in the chat, all the regulars. If you are new to the channel, as I said, be sure to give us a like, subscribe and a follow. It would mean the world to me and indeed the Kings production team. If you want to find out additional information about the resort, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Loving those graphics in the background. Not quite the midnight blue that I adore, but I'll take it. I accept. The glasses are off. Oh no. Never mind. $10-7-4 is the flop. Thought he took off his glasses, but they're firmly on Bert's face. Hard to not take them off every now and again. Bert going to bet 2 million. With his middle pair. Kasha says, hey. Hey! Hi! How are you? Oh, Perno Draw says, I definitely like to chat more at a cash table than in tournaments. Quiet cash games, or quiet cash tables can be super boring. Yeah, well, there's more of a propensity to see people drinking at a cash table. There's more of a loosey-goosey vibe about the place. Queen 9 deuce is the flop. Both players ain't got much here. Napkins 8-3 and 3-4 offsuit. Gio will take that one down with a bet. He's now playing 60 bigs to Bert's 30. Bert giving a walk there with the 9-5 offsuit. Gio scooping that one with the Jack 3. Gio with a monster here, heads up, ace 9 offsuit. 1.7 million to go, takes it down. Court raising with 7 deuce of hearts, and Gio defending with the king 4 offsuit. I'd like to see Gio turn these offsuit king blocker hands into more 3 bets. Bert folding a lot to the 3 bets. I don't think we've seen enough 3 betting from either player. $2 million is the bet, $2 million is the call. We'll go to the turn. There's the 3 of diamonds. Five will give us straight now to Bert. Gio picks up a flush draw to go with his pair, albeit 4 high. $5.5 million is the bet. There's the river. 21 million in this pot now. And it's another 4. Check from Gio with his trip. Sometimes he leads there. This might induce a bluff from Bert. He blocks straight with the 7 and the deuce. Just decides to rip. And guys, Gio ain't folding here. I don't think so. If Gio calls, we will have our champion. Bert, not so likely to be bluffing in this exact spot, but we are just way too high up in our range to fold. We've hit our hand on the river. And he is going to take his time. We have seen some hero folds in our day, but I just don't think he's going to let this one go. There you have it. Gio Bardabadze has done it. Calls on the river. Bert has been eliminated with his 7 deuce of hearts. A very valiant effort, and congratulations and commiserations to that man right there. But this moment belongs to Giorgi Bardabadze from Georgia. Congratulations to him. What a day of fast-paced action it was. 72,300 euro for the winner. And of course, that ring. Really enjoy being in the booth. Today, I'm back next weekend for the main event, the 1,100 euro circuit event, the World Series of Poker. Until then, I want to say massive thank you to everyone in the chat once more, and the moderators for their help, and the King's production team. I'm going to get out of here. Let Gio enjoy this moment. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.